A very good morning from the Utilita Bowl ahead of day 4, the final day of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Warwickshire. The state of play, as we wait for the umpires and the players to move swiftly onto the field of play, is that Warwickshire in their second innings are 46 without loss. They had 15 overs last night and they extended their lead to 136. Alex Davis, who's enjoying a great start to the season, is 34 not out. The captain, Rob Yates, who's not far behind, he's 10 not out. Now it is a little chilly this morning, and I'm sure we'll describe the attire that the commentators are wearing. I actually have gloves already. Now, your commentary team today, a little later, we've got the analyst back, Simon Hughes. We have Hampshire's honorary archivist, Dave Allen, with us, and he's got so many layers on, it's frightening. I'm Kevin James, and next to me from BBC WM, it's Richard Wilford. Richard, good morning.
Good morning. Oh, good morning. Switch myself on. Good morning. Yes, I see. I've gone for the warm hat today because it is nippy up here. Hopefully we'll see some good cricket. For Alex Davis, a little landmark not far off, isn't it? He's 25 runs short of 500 championship runs for the season, which will be a pretty decent effort 3 matches in, albeit having played his cricket on rather benign surfaces, which ultimately he's going to win the week here, isn't it? I think the surface just hasn't had quite enough in it, maybe enough pace in it, for us to really feel we can get a result today either way.
Yes, I think if you were a betting person, you'd put money on the draw rather than the other 2 results, but we'll have to wait and see. Can I just say, you're right on message with your woolly hat, BBC WM, branded woolly hat.
Although the word radio now has been inserted, it's out of date. If I can wear it the other way around and it says blues.
Okay, all right.
So on the back it says blues. But yeah, we did a few for the various clubs a couple of years ago. So I had a Birmingham City one and a Walsall one, which is a rather nice, rather natty red look. But be interesting. I don't think any of the players will go out in a woolly hat today. You often see it pre-season, but you very rarely see it during a championship game, do you? The idea of a bobble hat, but you can see the temptation. The other thing that is of note, first thing this morning, as the players start to emerge now, is that the ground staff have largely assembled on the hover cover. So the suspicion that there might be some damper weather around today would be rather borne out by the fact that they're on that side of the ground, which is a considerable distance from the comfort of their own tunnel.
And there's a few of them, isn't there, which suggests that they are pretty confident there will be something.
Yeah.
I'm just, funny enough, as you were talking, I was looking at my app, which isn't the best, but it does suggest some showers between now and lunch.
If it's not the best, have you thought about getting a different app?
Yes.
Okay. But that's as far as you've got.
Yes, I've thought about it. But I've used, I don't know about you, but I've used 1 or 2 other apps over the last year or so, and to be honest, they're equally as useless.
Yeah. Is it the radar one that I use is okay, but I won't pay for it to use it properly. So right. It kind of tells you the weather you've just had and the weather you might have in the next quarter of an hour. But you can see the pattern of the clouds, so you can tell what's coming. And it works pretty well at Edgbaston when you know that the bad weather's always coming up from the southwest anyway. Gets sent that way.
Right.
Does the bad stuff usually come from the Channel Islands here, or is it the same system?
It comes from the west, doesn't it? Sort of, well, yeah, westish.
Okay.
About 2 o'clock as we look. It comes over that hill. That's the general weather. If it comes from Pompey to our left, that is the end of the world.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's all I'm suggesting.
so bad weather from Portsmouth means set in for the day.
No, yes, at least.
Okay. Yeah. Set in for the week.
Yes. It happens, generally over a course of a season. But it's not rare, but it doesn't happen very often. It's always 2 o'clock as we look. Nearly always, but certainly to our right. You don't have to sort of lean to the left. Now here we are. The 2 umpires, Martin Saggers and Rob Bailey, are out, and the Hampshire fielders and the 2 not-out batsmen are out there as well. I think it's fair to say we were having a bit of a chat, weren't we, before we switched on. I think we're all in general agreement that Warwickshire have played the majority of the cricket in this game. But such is the surface, it's very difficult to nudge yourself enough in front, isn't it?
Yeah. It would take collusion to come up with a result here, and it would probably take some generous declaration bowling. But I don't think in April the practicalities of James Vince and Alex Davis coming up with a number is there. Yeah, and you add the weather into the mix, I think it is quite difficult. If we had a day with no bad weather, you'd be looking at Warwickshire batting Hampshire out of the game altogether and just having a crack for 40-45 overs in case the ball starts turning. And it's turned a bit. There has been a bit in the surface.
There's just not enough of anything, is there?
No.
Pace,
No.
turn, bounce, seam. There's been a drop of everything, but nothing really that would worry the batters. That's for sure. And Nick Gubbins, speaking to him a couple of nights ago, just to give you an example, just said, we're making the most of it, us batters. Well, the going's good. So it's going to be Mo Abbas to get things underway this morning. It's sort of that high cloud, but it's all over. It's not particularly low. But here's Abbas then, right arm over. First ball of the morning, day 4. Davis drives, slightly uppish, wide of mid-off. And that's wide of a diving Ian Holland, and he's got a lot of work to do here. The ball will win that race. It goes over the rope now. And that's a nice looking shot. First ball of the morning. Davis did show some attacking intent last night. Done after Liam Dawson once or twice. And well, I think the general consensus is that Warwickshire feel that there's not really, as Richard Wilford was saying, not really much hope of getting far enough in front quickly enough. But I don't know, that shot suggests something different. Here's Abbas again and bowls and length ball. The 50 runs is up for Warwickshire, 46 without loss overnight, so they are 50 without loss. We're in the 16th over of their second innings, and that lead has just jumped to 140. 96 overs minimum today, so an awful lot of cricket should something happen. But 1 or 2 showers, if and when they arrive, certainly will not help things at all. Here's Abbas. Played late into the ground, fielded by James Vince at wideish second slip, diving to his right. Very quiet here today. There are 1 or 2 in the ground, I promise you. But yet again, it's not a great day to be sat out there for a few hours. 1 or 2, if you're watching the live picture feed. 1 or 2 dotted around. One guy there's got the whole section of seating to himself. He wouldn't be the only one. Another length ball which Davis pushes up towards mid-on. So Davis is 38 not out off 53. As Richard was saying, he's in great form, as most of the top order are for Warwickshire this season. Davis with 149 in the first innings. Knows this ground pretty well, having played for the Southern Brave in the 100. So it is a home ground for him of sorts. Here's Abbas. Plays that late. He's played that shot well over the course of the 4 days. Works that to fairly square third, where it's fielded by the Centurion yesterday, Fletcher Middleton. Spoke to him last night. If you missed that interview and you want to have a listen to him talking about his first class 100, his first championship 100, it's on the Hampshire Cricket website and app. It's also a segment of that on our Twitter feed at Sonat Sport.
Did he allow himself to be happy?
I think so.
I hope so. We had that debate yesterday, didn't we, a little bit about you've got to enjoy those moments.
You certainly have. I think he does. I think he comes across as a fairly quiet guy, to me anyway. That's pushed up towards mid-wicket. I think that sometimes happens with the media, and you hear people say, well, actually in the dressing room he's this and that and that. But he's just a nice guy, actually, a nice lad. Quite on the quiet side, I would say. 51 without loss. He was certainly relieved because, as we were sort of talking about yesterday, that he does show a lot of promise. He is a good player, technically very good. And the opening spots at Hampshire have been a talking point for a while. It was felt last year that he was good enough and showed early season promise to be an opener for the next decade for Hampshire. And I think it was probably the only little blemish that he didn't get 100 during the course of the season. And I think coming into this year, that was the one talking point about his batting. He's got that monkey off his back.
Yeah.
That's gone now in the second game. Now he can move on.
And he'll be able to play with more freedom with the more experience that he gets. And it's easy to lay some blame on him for the slow scoring rate, but you do wonder whether the batter at the other end has to possibly, with more experience, go through the gears a bit earlier in Nick Gubbins. Kyle Abbott is going to bowl the first over from the hotel end, and forward is Davis driving into the offside. That was an awkward stop for Ali Orr to make there. It spat up at him in the covers, and he's really blocked it with his chest in the end. And he goes out into the offside, but nobody thinks there's any chance of getting through for a single.
Yeah, I think there are times when you really have to be a little selfish. I'm not suggesting yesterday was one of those times. I'm just saying, as a whole, that I'll come back to that.
Alex Davis awaits once more, and that one has gone past the edge. There's a little bit of an appeal. I'm not entirely sure that quite carried to Ben Brown. There was interest from behind the stumps, but nothing more than that. Whether it got a little nick, whether it went all the way, it certainly died. Yeah. Looks like a scoop.
I think you're right.
On the half volley. So yes, being selfish.
Yes, I just think there are times, because I think the longer he probably, barring an absolute nightmare, would be the opener for the whole season again this year.
Abbott in and guided in the hope of getting it to third man, but blocked nicely by James Vince at second slip.
So the longer he would have gone without three figures, it would have been, oh, Fletcher Middleton's a good player, and it would have been, yeah, but. There would always been this, yes, but. I could just see an umbrella go up.
Oh, yeah.
In the crowd, way to our right on the west side of the ground. First umbrella I've seen go up. So there would have been yes, but. That's now gone. So that part of the conversation has ended.
Davis again looking to cut down towards third man, and once more it's too tight. It's on the inside of James Vince, who does really well to field that cleanly.
Cool. Didn't he just?
That really is a fine stop.
That raced through.
Yeah.
No, I tell you what, he's put that down.
Has he? Was that a chance?
I think that's gone in the hands and gone to ground.
It's still a good stop.
It was. It absolutely flew away. I think it's gone in the hands and gone straight down by his knee as he bent down. That's a chance.
Abbott again, this time into the pads of Davis. He punches it down towards short mid-wicket. And there's no run.
Yeah, so just going back to that, I think, yesterday, yes, there was sort of talk of a slowish scoring rate of Hampshire's, and of course Fletcher Middleton was out there for a large part of the day, but I think sometimes you just have to think, right, okay, I've just got to think about me here, just for a while, and and in the end, he's got his 100.
Vital landmark for his career as this defended by Davis into the leg side, completes a maiden from Kyle Abbott. Warwickshire are 51 without loss. They lead by 141. There is a little bit of rain in the air. Just the single brolly at the moment. That's up. I think this end of the ground is a bit quieter than it has been.
Yeah.
The bulk of the spectators were certainly here for the afternoon and evening sessions yesterday. Decent crowds over the weekend. Bit quiet on Friday, wasn't it? Just fewer than you normally get for the opening day.
Yes. So, just that one umbrella still up. Perhaps it's only raining in that little bit of the ground. But it's not raining, it's more in the air than anything. Abbott switches to round the wicket to the left-hander. Yates comes in. Yates gets a length ball, pushes that up to mid-off. So 51 without loss. The lead is 141.
It's a very early evening dew that we're getting at the moment.
Yeah. I'm no weather person, but it looks a sort of cloud that once it just sort of comes down a little bit, it won't stop for a while. I don't know. Is it that sort of cloud? Is it that sort of atmosphere? Is it that sort of feel?
The wind is not as strong. It is just a breeze today. It's still coming from the west, I think.
Abbas again. Yates, maybe slightly slower delivery as Yates seems to wait for that one on the front foot, pushing it out into the covers. So we think, well, I thought that was a drop from the last over from Davis. This might always deceive me on the replay. But he does flick that ball well, doesn't he? He plays that so late and then just opens the face and flicks it, and the ball flies off as it did there.
It's been a feature of Alex Davis in this match and this season, just again with that low centre of gravity, how low and wristy so many of his shots are.
Yeah. But it's Yates facing, flicks that away. Oh, it's gone up in the air to backward a point. Yates was looking to the leg side. He's got two. Wow. That just flew off the shoulder of the bat over towards backward a point. I was initially looking on the leg side.
Well, I mean, Rob Yates is looking at the leg side for a long time. Meanwhile, Gully is chasing back, trying to see if he can get underneath the ball. It was Orr who was trying to get there, and it outstripped him in the end. I think he's just played slightly across the line of that one, Rob Yates.
Moves on to 12 though. The lead increases to 143 with Warwickshire 53 without loss in their second innings. Here's a Bass. Again. Ooh, playing a missing. That looked a good delivery, that one. Angling into the left-hander and just straightening. A little bit of extra bounce there from a Bass as well.
I think the previous ball had straightened, but from a slightly more leg side line. And that's why the false shot came. And that one is the perfect line, isn't it?
It was.
Setting out on off stump, offering to just do a little bit away from the left-hander. He's trying to follow the line of the ball. And doesn't quite get a nick on it.
I bumped into Mo Abbas in the reception area in the hotel here last night. He said it's hard work. He said it's hard work. There it comes. As Yates pushes that out square on the offside. Yeah, the ball we've seen previously is more of a ball that we've been used to. That type of delivery here over the last few years, where there's a little bit more pace and bounce. This wicket, I'm afraid, has just been a little dead.
He's had company for breakfast each day this week, Mohammed Abbas. He's had breakfast with Hassan Ali on each occasion. It did cause a little bit of controversy this morning, but I don't like to go into the details. I don't like to break a confidence.
No. Here's a Bass. The ground feels deathly quiet at the moment. As Yates punches, oh, it's a misfield by Tom Prest out in the covers. It looked like a regulation stop and somehow it's gone through his hands. It didn't quite go to the boundary, but Yates picks up a bonus 2 runs and moves on to 14.55 without loss. Got an email here from Stephen Clark, who's a regular watcher of cricket here on the ground, and he did chat to me last night actually over in the pavilion at the end of play. At solentcricket@gmail.com if you want to get involved. He says, following our brief chat last night, would you and Richard like to spend 4 to 5 overs discussing what you would like emails about, and we'll supply them? Well, there's an offer.
That's tremendous. And actually, with Dave Allen to add into the mix as well, wow. so we've got some deeper bases covered here as well in terms of the great history of this county here, Southampton. There's the first ball of a new over from Abbott, looking to drive it square on the offside is Davis, but Orr is across to block it off.
Well, here's a subject to start off with. As it's World Earth Day, would Stephen like to supply an email about what he knows about World Earth Day?
Fair enough, yeah. I presume it's got nothing to do with rewiring a plug.
Correct.
Okay. World Earth Day. Wed. Abbott short, pulled by Davis, and it's not quite going to carry to the deep square leg, who threw himself forward in case it was going to reach him. Does well to block it without doing himself a mischief in the end. There's Middleton. And Davis is through to 1. That was maybe a little bit sketchy. He's to 40. 56 without loss. The lead 146.
Kyle Abbott wicketless so far. Into his 7th over. Got another email here from Liam Williamson. solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, morning all, on the ground today because I have a day off work. It's definitely spitting out here at the moment. So a few drops in the air.
The one umbrella user is determined to keep that up. Pushing forward in defence is Yates. Nobody else has gone for it that I can see. So numbered in the teens, I think. It's hard to tell where people end and lunchboxes start, or bags. You can see that up there, especially the ones in front of, on our left-hand side, because of the two places where it says Rod Bransgrove Pavilion. There are a couple of people in front of the one on our left. Look, they've got coats or lunchboxes or something either side of them. Pushing forward in defence is Rob Yates. It's creating the effect almost like they've got an armchair that they've plonked into the stand. Room to lean on either side. They're either not listening or they're going to find out I said that in a few seconds' time.
Just looking towards the east side of the ground there. There are a few dotted around.
Come on, give us a wave if you're listening. Those who've created your own armchair. No, can't be lured into it. Abbott driven into the offside by Yates, but straight along the deck to extra cover. And there's no run. It's always disappointing. I wonder if the umbrella users were listening to us. They give the umbrella a twirl, we'll know. No. It's difficult if you can't get the audience to join in, Kevin. You're right. It's just, it's disappointing, isn't it?
There's the one man with his umbrella there.
Yeah.
The live picture feed.
Oh, that would have been so good if he just spun it. It would have been like a bit of musical theatre. It's cut away this time by Yates. That's another good piece of fielding in the gully this time to prevent any run. If that had gone through, I think that would have gone through for 4. But the end of another over from Kyle Abbott. 14 to Yates, 40 to Davis. Warwickshire at 56 without loss.
Richard Wilford will carry on, and then next to him, Hampshire's honorary archivist, Dave Allen.
It's quite a title, isn't it? Honorary archivist. It means that they really, really appreciate everything he does about the history of the club, but they're really keen not to pay him. So, hence the word honorary. Sorry, I could be being very unfair there, Dave. Good morning to you.
Good morning. No, I think the second bit in particular was completely accurate there. Yeah.
It's great. I mean, it's lovely at Edgbaston where we've got the museum, which is so well worth a visit, that Phil Brick curates and looks after so lovingly. So Mohammed Abbas comes forward and, running down the wicket is Davis, and he's lobbed it up towards mid-off, who under a swirling ball takes a catch, and Alex Davis is gone, and he's out for 40. And he'll be frustrated. He advanced down the wicket, tried to lift it straight, and it's gone right up in the air. And Ian Holland had to watch it for quite a while, but took a decent catch in the end. And the first wicket goes down, 56 for 1.
Well, I'm glad you saw that and described that in detail, Richard, because I didn't see a thing about it, because I was in a moment of technological chaos there. I'd done a really stupid thing. Even when I'm up here commentating, I listen on one of those little pink things that they've got now, ball by ball, so I know exactly what you guys are saying. And I forgot to take it off before I put my headphones on, and it was buzzing.
Oh, okay.
So I missed the whole thing, and I apologise for that, but you got it, and the collapse is on then.
Well, I mean, wickets for Hampshire is one way that this game can progress towards something more positive than it looks on the outset of today's play. And, things move along quickly, naturally.
Yep.
You never know. It was an attempt to play a positive shot from Alex Davis, but got right underneath it.
I was thinking back, I was looking up one or two games between Hampshire and Warwickshire, which either ended in draws and nobody could get anything going, or the opposite. And of course I was reminded of the game at Edgbaston 2 years ago, which was absolutely crucial for you guys. And you bowled us out, Norwell 9 for 62, you bowled us out in 43 overs and 5 balls. So you could do that today. You could have another 40 overs out there and still leave yourself enough.
Yeah,
I'm not sure it's going to happen.
It's an interesting take on this surface, I think, to be fair.
Yeah, sure.
Just say, Alex Davis with that dismissal, that's 481 championship runs in the first 3 matches at an average of 120.25. So, captaincy, a real burden on his shoulders so far. It's his best period of form since he arrived at the county a couple of years ago.
Yeah, that's very impressive.
And his predecessor, Will Rhodes, comes to the crease now. He's already 320 runs into the season as he guides this up towards mid-on. And there'll be no runners. Across comes Kyle Abbott, who switch sides with Ian Holland, so that Holland is mid-off to the left-hander as he was to the right.
I was talking to somebody yesterday about the last Hampshire player to do the double, which was an awfully long time ago, even before I was born. Although Peter Sainsbury got close one year. I think in the same way, we used to make a big thing about 1,000 runs before the end of May. But we ought to make a big thing about 500 before the end of April now, I think.
Yeah, I think there's an argument for that. Mohamed Abbas just drags one down the leg side, Rhodes flicks it doesn't get a nice tumbling take by Ben Brown. In the same way that, we now feel that 50 championship wickets is pretty decent. 60 is outstanding, I think.
Absolutely, yeah. I think the double now should be 500 runs and 50 wickets. I think, because they play 14 championship matches, and in the days when people were doing it regularly, they were often playing 32, certainly playing 28.
Abbas around the wicket to Rhodes. That gets up a little bit, defends it down to Orr at point. Was it still that Franklin Stevenson was the last person to do it in a British summer?
I think that's right. Yeah, I think you're right. I think he was, and that was, what was that, 40 years ago, something like that.
It's a long time, though. Yeah, certainly 30 odd.
Yeah,
I would think.
Yeah,
it probably is 40 now, isn't
it?
Late
80s, maybe mid 80s. Yeah, somebody will tweet and tell us. Somebody can look. I mean, we could look it up, but we'd like to keep people occupied, don't we? Interested.
Mohamed Abbas in again, covering up off stump is Will Rhodes. Remains 56 for 1.
I was thinking, Richard, actually, that by the end of today we could be the stars of the show, really, because we could be having all kinds of extraordinary conversations while not much goes on out there.
Well, that's possible, isn't it? That is possible.
Yeah. I mean, I came home yesterday afternoon, and then I'd said I watched the football, but my wife asked me about the cricket, and I said, well, it was really surprising this afternoon, and so on. And then I said, I'm just watching the cracking FA Cup semi-final, and
Mohamed Abbas in to bowl once more, and again the same shot, just defends it. Rhodes out in the offside.
So my wife is not only very kind, looks after me wonderfully well and makes sure I'm more sensible than I might be otherwise, but she's also my resident astrologer. So she said to me, and she'd just been online, incidentally, with a bunch of international astrologers all over the place. So she said to me, well, of course, there's a conjunction of Uranus and Jupiter, so surprising things are going to happen.
Oh, dear.
So
did you have to go for a lie down?
Yeah. Well, I was thinking somebody might tweet in about it. There might be somebody out there who knows more.
Oh, dear.
But she was able to explain all that sporting surprise in the afternoon, and I thought, I wonder if that'll happen today. There is another statistical thing looming for Kyle Abbott.
It comes into bowl now, short of a length, and it's launched over the slip cordon by Rob Yates. First real shot in anger from him today, and he'll get 4 for that. He's to 18. And it's 60 for 1. So Kevin has been talking about the fact that Kyle Abbott is on the verge of becoming the highest first-class wicket taker on this ground.
Yeah, okay.
I only know because Kevin has taught me well.
Oh, that's impressive. Yeah, he needs 4 more to be the leader, or 3 more to draw level with Jimmy Mascarenas. But he's not had a lot of success in the first 2 games so far. He's managed one. He started the season needing 4 to level, and he's only taken 1 so far.
Well, he'll look again here against Yates, who stabs it out into the offside behind square for a quick single. 19 for him, 61 for 1. The lead, of course, now gone beyond 150. It's 151 that Warwickshire lead by. Well, he's been a very tricky customer on this ground, Abbott.
Yeah.
Veteran stage of his career, but he looks pretty fit out there. Liam Dawson is whirling his arms like it might be nearly spin time, with the 2 left-handers for him to bowl slow left arm at.
Yeah,
rough outside off stump.
Abbott has lost weight over the winter. He's a lot slimmer than he was, but so far it's not leading to wickets.
I believe it's been a bit of a mantra for the Hampshire squad. Kevin was saying that they all wanted to be fitter this season. Oh. So he's played his part in that then.
Okay.
A short ball, and Will Rhodes lets the ball go over his shoulder whilst practising a pull shot that was about 1.5 foot below the height of the ball. Just swinging his shoulders through that. The umbrella is still up, the one solitary umbrella.
I was wondering, you were talking about the guys that had created an armchair over there. I was wondering if they were portable heaters.
Well, those would be big, but where are they plugging them into as well? I mean, the battery wouldn't last long, would it?
No, that's true.
They've cocooned themselves.
Yeah.
As Rhodes almost drags on there, under edge of the bat, pops behind the wicket for no run. They've got somebody sitting a couple of rows behind them now.
Yeah.
Just need a telly for them to watch. They'd be beautifully poised then.
I'm impressed that people are sitting outside, because the Shackleton bar, which is immediately in front of us, is not always a viewing. It depends where the sight screen is, but it is today. You can view from inside.
This is defended by Rhodes, back down the wicket, and there's no run. So that's immediately behind the real sight screen,
Yes,
is it?
that's correct, yeah.
I've never really looked in there. So there's... I can see people in there now. Yeah.
And there's Shackleton memorabilia in there now. There's a couple of his jackets, MCC touring jacket and a Hampshire one, and England sweater, a number of cricket balls.
Oh, look, somebody's waving for us. That's nice.
Hello.
Sat in front. Hello.
Hello.
There we go. I like people who play ball.
Yeah.
I have it in, and he's guided towards mid-wicket by Rhodes, who's walking through that shot, and it's fielded there by Orr. End of the over. Warwickshire 61 for 1, a lead of 151. Amongst other things, it's twofold this, Dave. It tells us that they're really friendly people because they waved.
Absolutely.
And secondly, they're a little bit warmer now because they've done that.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think it's it's a bit like being on stage and getting people to clap along with you, really, isn't it? It's rather nice when you get some. And of course, we've not been able to do it before this year, because once the commentaries went off medium wave, people couldn't listen in time with us any longer. But this year, and as I say, I stupidly forgot to take mine off, switch it off and take it out, because they're great, they're really good. You were right about Dawson.
Yeah. These things happen. We all forget little things from every now and then.
Yeah.
It's all right.
Somebody sent me a photograph of your wonderful field yesterday, with all 11 Warwickshire players in shot, and 4 on one side and 4 on the other, very close.
Yeah, somebody I think then described it as the Brumbrella, which I thought was quite good. Bit of a throwback.
That is good.
The Dawson for the first time today, and Yates is making room to be able to squirt it out into the offside. The cover fielder is out on the boundary, so they'll come through for a single. 62 for 1.
I suppose one of the things you might wonder about a day like this is if it really does, and if the rain affects it, that's going to have a big impact. But is it a day when 1 or 2 people get into a bit of form, and somebody like Tom Prest has a long bowl to see how effective he might be?
Yeah, took a wicket in the first innings in a very brief spell as a partnership breaker. Rhodes, not much footwork, just stabs the ball in towards the leg side. Nick Gubbins picks up. Deep square leg is going, or deep mid-wicket is going to deep square leg now. Almost fielding in the same line as the short leg fielder, who's very square. And can't get this ball as Rhodes forces it past him. They'll think about 2. Sliding stop by Gubbins onto the wicket end from last week's surface. And that looked a little bit uncomfortable for him. Checks his knee, checks the small of his bat, brushes some dust off him. Meanwhile, Will Rhodes has his first 2 runs, and Warwickshire are 64 for 1.
Have you got a game at home next weekend?
The Bears are at home next. I think Clive Eakin will be doing it from BBC CWR. I think it's him this week. Can't remember for sure. Might not be. As Dawson is in and is played very nicely behind square for 4. A sweep shot from Will Rhodes, and he's played that immaculately. There is a player on the sweep in Fuller, but he's got it far squarer than that. And the deep square leg will have to just go and fetch the ball. But that was beautifully timed by Rhodes. He's to 6. Warwickshire 68 for 1.
And he's dispatched Fuller deeper as a consequence of that shot. But it was very well placed, because there's as you say, there's the man at deep square, absolutely square. Fuller at 45 degrees, and he got it between the 2 of them.
So they're trying to cut the sweep off for now. So he comes out with a reverse sweep and doesn't make any contact with it. There was a putative appeal from James Vince, which Ben Brown some while later decided he'd join in with.
Yeah.
There was a bit of a puff of dust where Rhodes was trying to make contact with the ball, but in the end it's just a dot. Dawson comes in to complete his over. Rhodes clips it through mid-wicket for a single. He's 7, Warwickshire 69 for 1. They lead by 159.
We were chatting yesterday about the father and son Smiths, and you said you'd never seen MJK. Is that right?
Yeah, and I'm just telling you, my first trip to Edgbaston was in 75, so a little bit too late, but not by much.
Only a little bit, though, wasn't it? Yeah. It was, But then, to my delight this morning, I'd been trying to find it for ages. I thought there was a championship game in Portsmouth in the 80s, and I discovered this morning that it was a John Player League game in which KD and P.A. Smith of Warwickshire played for Warwickshire, and C.L. and R.A. Smith played for Hampshire. Two sets of Smith brothers in the same game. Is it a record?
As in comes Abbott and draws Rhodes forward. Defends it into the offside, and there's no run.
I've no idea if it's a record. Somebody can look that up and tweet us.
What, a pair of brothers in either team?
Yeah, but with the same names. Yeah, both pairs of brothers, same surname, all Smiths.
Oh
full
yeah,
Smiths,
yeah. No, that would be
not just a pair of brothers, but all Smiths. Yeah. I don't know, no idea.
Abbott is in once more, and it's just defending to the leg side.
First game I ever saw, Richard, was 1959, August 1959 against Surrey at Portsmouth. It was a very interesting game. I can't remember a thing about it. I was 9. But the following year I started going regularly, and the first game the following year that I saw was at Portsmouth against Warwickshire, and that was MJK captaining the side around the time that he was in and out of the England job as well, and a bit in and out of the England side.
Round the wicket comes Abbott, flicked off his pads by Rhodes. Only be a single because it's very quickly to deep backward square leg. You could argue he's long leg, but he is quite square.
Yeah.
Well, there are 2 fielders around that area. 70 for 1.
I think Tom Cartwright would probably have played in that game I saw. I've not looked up the scorecard, I can't remember. The one person I do remember is Fred Gardner, opening bat. Yeah, I think played for a long, long time, but probably Jack Bannister. I reckon he might have played. The umbrella's down.
Abbott digs this in, and it's hammered for 4 through backward point by Yates. He's hit that very crisply indeed. And he goes to 24. Warwickshire 74 for 1. That was as powerful a shot as we've seen struck all week, actually. Point flung himself sideways in the hope of getting something on it. So they are batting with a purpose.
I was going to say the scoring rate is okay, actually. I mean, it's probably the best run rate of the match, I would have thought, this morning.
Short ball now. He's lifting this down towards third man. Is it going to carry? No, it's going to die just in front. There are hands on head, but you can see the attacking intent from Warwickshire. Yates goes to 25. It's 75 for 1, so they're trying to create something.
They are.
They lead by 165. What's this now? The 8th over of the morning. So they've added 29 runs this morning, so it's not scintillating quickly. I think the morning session on day 1 we saw them score at 4 and over, 114 without loss in 29 overs.
Right.
So it was this sort of pace, but you're seeing some more aggressive, more improvised shot play at the moment, or stroke play. Abbott comes in to bowl to Rhodes, who's pulling a ball that wasn't that short, and gets it behind square for a single. 7 runs off the over. Warwickshire 76 for 1, and they lead by 166.
You just do get the feeling that while they probably don't anticipate anything remarkable happening today, I mean, I don't think it'll be 45 overs like it was 2 years ago, but to bowl Hampshire out, but you just get the feeling that they're prepared to set something up and see, you know.
They haven't ruled out the possibility entirely, have they?
No.
And they've got enough wickets where they can change their minds. They can shut up shop again and say, well, let's just bat another hour through.
Yeah.
So I'm just looking at weather and the direction that the clouds are coming, and it would suggest that we'd be very lucky to avoid an interruption or two today, and that probably would put the kibosh on anything positive. There's a new over for Dawson, and then the sweep is used again to effect by Will Rhodes. Prest comes round from deep backward square. Fuller covers behind him, then exchange a low 5 as they regain their positions. 77 for 1. Two orthodox mid-ons in position, then a little bit deep actually, as this is jabbed behind square by Yates for a single. A little late dab. 78 for 1.
What I saw in the forecast last night suggested that there was going to be a streak of rain north-south in Dorset, and the question was whether it would get across into West Hampshire and here.
As Rhodes pushes forward. So if you're in Wimborne, let us know.
Yeah, sometimes people do that. It's a bit of a particular climate on this ground often, but we shall see today.
Dawson in, pushed up towards mid-on by Will Rhodes. Probably about 15 years ago, I remember doing a game here with Phil Britt, who came down from Warwickshire, when at that point very few stations were doing by ball, but we were. And it was when sort of like a double porter cabin at this end of the ground. It was before the hotel.
Yep.
As Dawson approaches, and he's launched over mid-wicket by Will Rhodes. The chase is on, but I think it's going to be fruitless. It looks like it's going to go for 4. It beats Tom Prest. Another boundary to Rhodes. He's 14, and Warwickshire to 82 for 1. The game I'm remembering from this porter cabin, it was almost pitch black behind the trees at the far end for all 4 days, and we didn't have a single interruption.
No.
And you could, at times you could see rain.
Yeah.
Out by the coast.
It is a bit like that, yeah.
And it was almost as if that bank of hill, that hill and the trees protected us. Down the wicket comes Rhodes, looks to flick it past short leg Middleton, who's able to gather. Good piece of fielding. And there's no run. For a moment Rhodes was concerned it might be flicked back on the stumps. And these two have added 26 in fairly brisk fashion. Warwickshire 82 for 1. They lead by 172.
We've had a message from Phil Webb, who I know from university days. Morning, Phil. Nice to hear from you. He'd heard me talking about cricket families, the Smiths and so on. He says, talk of cricket families reminded me of this from nearly a decade ago. A team made entirely from Keelings, K-E-E-L-I-N-G-S, 11 Keelings. He says a scorer's nightmare, and I can't see the detail of in the picture of the team, but there was certainly a quite notable spin bowler down in Pompey. Brian Keeling played a lot club cricket down in Pompey and was like me, a school teacher, so I reckon it was probably him and his an annual August bank holiday cricket match. I believe they set a world record of 11 against Sedlescombe Cricket Club in East Sussex. Thanks very much, Phil. Well done. Good one.
I love that for a quirk. Change of ends for Mohammed Abbas, who's going to come in round the wicket to Rob Yates, who clips him off his hip for a single to deep square leg. And the score goes to 83 for 1. So they're going along at a decent rate here, Warwickshire, this morning. So they're playing their part. They're doing it at 4 and over. It's not express, but they've shown a desire to move things along.
Hampshire's field, well, it's being altered now, but it's spreading now. There's not anywhere a close fielder anymore.
Yeah, nobody in a static fielding position other than the wicket-keeper, of course. Everybody else can move in from the positions they are. Third man, point, deep point, extra cover, mid-off. That's the offside field. As Rhodes guides it wide of mid-on, and once it gets past the infield, it just seems to gather pace. That's beautifully timed by Rhodes. 4 more for him. He's to 18. And Warwickshire 87 for 1. That's a good shot.
Yeah. I suppose one of the other issues will be that if Warwickshire are seeing that the ball is coming onto the bat a bit more this morning, maybe, and that the outfield's quick, that's another reason not to set a target.
True.
But,
True.
Again, we shall see.
Will Rhodes 341 championship runs this season. Currently an average of 170. But obviously that would diminish as and when he gets out, but his average will still be above 100 at the end of this match. So he waits again, just steers the ball into the leg side. Across comes Orr, one-handed, but there'll be another single. An 88 for 1. 5 members of the ground staff are still either perched or prone on the hover cover. One very prone. I mean, could genuinely be having a few Zs there. Could be asleep, just dangling his foot. He's braced for action, but not in a conventional way. He'd soon jump up if somebody switched the engine on. Mohamed Abbas in, back of a length, it's cut powerfully into the offside by Yates, but there's a man in the deep out there for it in Tom Prest. Another single, 89 for 1.
Do you think, Richard, I was asked this on my blog last night and I didn't know the answer. Do you think that the over rate is currently +1? Is that correct? Underneath the clock there, 11:41.
It looks like a plus, doesn't it?
Looks like a plus. So, yeah, somebody asked me, was there any danger of us losing our valuable 2 bonus points last night? And I said, I'll check this morning. So if you're listening, I think we're all right.
Mohamed Abbas in full this time. Whipped off his toes by Rhodes, picks out short mid-wicket and no run. I think it's fair to say that the umpires and the match referee who visited us yesterday evening, Simon Hinks, have been reasonably generous to both sides in their interpretation of the over rate in this match.
Right.
Maybe because it's cold, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
Although surely that's a reason to bowl your overs quicker.
Yeah, it is really, yeah.
I would argue.
Yes. I mean, but I think if Hampshire were in any difficulty at this point, they could just bowl Tom Preston, Liam Dawson at either end and get that up quickly.
In comes Mohamed Abbas, slower ball, turned into the leg side by Rhodes for another single. And he is up to 20. Warwickshire 90 for 1. So they had a first innings lead of 90. They've doubled that for the loss of 1 wicket. 180 in front. Of course, over rate used to be judged over the course of a season, so you used to see all sorts of extraordinary things happening in September. I saw a session at Scarborough, and what was my first season covering Warwickshire, where I think it was Neil Smith and Ashley Giles. It might have been Neil Smith and Richard Davis, actually. I'd have to double check that. But in the final session of play, I think it was on day 3, in order to get their over rate up, they bowled 45 overs in 2 hours. It was. I mean, it wasn't great cricket.
No,
but it sorted out their over rate for the season.
Yeah.
I'll do one more here because I think Kevin James will be sliding in very shortly, and it may be a double change in a bit because Simon Hughes is around. As this ball has gone past the edge of Rhodes' bat as he tried to play a reverse paddle sweep, and it's gone through for 4 leg byes, so it's touched something on its way through. There was an appeal, but I don't think. Looking at the angle of the delivery, it was hitting outside the off stump. So the reverse sweep hasn't quite worked out for Will Rhodes, not in the way he intended it to. On either occasion he's played it, but this time he gets 4 leg byes, 94 for 1.
There was a famous game against West Indies by Hampshire in 1950 where Hampshire bowled more than 140 overs in a day.
Oof. He's going to play the reverse again here and hammers it along the deck to the fielder who's on the 45. Mohamed Abbas, it rattles his hands. Now he picks it up.
A lot of them bowled by spin. They had 3 spin bowlers in the side, legitimate spin bowlers, but that's quite something.
Long on his bat now. Deep mid-wicket and a cow corner. So the field is getting deeper, and Rhodes therefore will find one of the gaps for a comfortable single. 95 for 1. He's got 21.
I'm going to depart for a little while, Richard.
Catch up with you later, Dave Allen. The Honorary Archivist. I'm going to remember that title for a long time. The Honorary Archivist. Kevin James is sliding in, and in a couple of deliveries' time I'll make way for Simon Hughes, who no doubt will let us know what it was like watching the marathon runners yesterday, because that is some occasion that he was there to cheer on those who are running for Samaritans as Rob Yates comes forward and defends into the offside. There is something appealing about the idea of standing roadside at some point of that route and just cheering people on. Especially if the sun's out. It'd be lovely.
I can't imagine it was.
I mean, it would be better than running it, that's for sure.
Yes.
Dawson in to Yates, whips this one past the short leg fielder. Should only be a single. Pressed it across quickly. And it's at 96 for 1. Whatever else is going to happen in this final day, Warwickshire have come out with some purpose this morning. And they have now added 50 runs in the first 11 overs. And, Davis was out taking a risk, playing a one-day shot, coming down the track, getting under one. And Will Rhodes here will jab it up to long on for another single. So Warwickshire 97 for 1. They lead by 187. Simon Hughes will be with you very shortly after this from Kevin James.
Thank you, Richard. He's just off to put on his 6th layer of clothing. Have we said it's cold? Oof, my word, it's nippy. Nippy. So 187 the lead. The lead this morning was 136. And again, Warwickshire are trying to play positive cricket here. Simon Hughes.
Yes. Morning.
You've got a little less attire, but you still look as though you've got your winter stuff.
Well,
on.
I've done a first today. I've had a first experience. I've been working on the camera.
Okay.
Over there, trying to do what's called ball follow. In other words, following the ball.
Yes.
It's good. It's
Brilliant.
Interesting.
Yeah, good fun.
Yeah.
Here's a bass round the wicket to the left-hander Yates, who works that away. Good length delivery out to square on the leg side, and he moves on to... Sorry, it's Rhodes, isn't it? He moves on to 23, and it's 98 for 1. We've got 2 left-handers out there.
It's cold. It's cold with being a cameraman. I think you need gloves today, actually. Because you're sort of... it's a bit like when you go cycling, and it's a cold day. You know how the blood sort of comes to the surface, and your hands feel even more cold.
Yes.
So I'm probably the same with cameramen, but you need good gloves that can do the focus and do the zoom and all that as well. So... yeah, it's a bit of a challenge.
Here's a bass runs away from us and bowls. Slower ball there, worked away to the same position on the leg side by Yates this time, who moves on to 30, 99 for 1. Is this your first experience of being a camera person? Or
yeah, totally, yeah.
Yeah.
And yesterday we had a girl on it. I think it was the first time ever.
Yes.
First time I've not heard of a female being the camera person on a cricket match before, live professional cricket match.
Okay.
Not heard of that. I mean, I haven't seen one around the place. I've been around cricket for a long time now and never seen a female camera operator before. And yesterday, Lily Gage made her debut.
She's on work experience. That's right. Good length delivery to Rhodes, who plays that back to Mohammed Abbas. Yes, we saw her at lunchtime, and she said she had a big coat on, and or she didn't have it on at the time at lunch, but she said, it's cold work. Yeah. You think it's easy, you think it's nice.
You think it's a summer sport as well, don't you? She said, I thought cricket was a summer sport.
Should be.
I mean, and it's the rest of this week's not good, forecast-wise. No. Cold and a bit damp.
Never mind. Here's Abbas. He's got no slips at all, or gully. Pretty spread field. Length ball to Rhodes, who looks slightly surprised by that one as he just nudges that out on the offside. So was it cold watching the marathon?
It was actually, and interestingly, you look at the times that runners recorded. A great friend of mine is my girlfriend's lodger at the moment. He's an Irish runner called Stephen Scullion. People would have heard of him. He's an Olympic runner from Ireland, and he's done the marathon in 2 hours and 9 minutes in the past, which is pretty close to astonishing. The real top runners do 2 hours and 2 minutes or 3 minutes, the Kenyans and stuff.
Yep.
Anyway, this year he did 2:16, so the cold weather did impact him.
Played late and worked down to third off an open face by Rhodes for a single. Moves on to 24. That's the 100 up for Warwickshire, and that's come up in the 27th over. That's an impressive time.
That's amazing, isn't it? I mean, I've actually been... This guy, Stephen Scullion, he trains himself on his own in West London, South West London, Bushy Park. I've cycled behind him, trying to be his sort of pacemaker on a bike, and I'm doing 20 kilometres an hour, and I can barely keep up with him. And that's for 2 hours as well, or an hour and a half or something. It's amazing.
Incredible. Here's Noah Bass again, bowls, and just gets tucked up there a little bit as Yates, as he was trying to cut that away on the offside. Ball goes out to square, end of the over. Abbas has bowled 11 overs, 1 for 30. Warwickshire 100 for 1 with Yates on 30 and Rhodes 24, and that lead is 190. But I'll just have to say, from a local point of view, there was an even better time.
There was.
From a local runner, Mohammed, 2 hours and 4.
Amazing.
Came in fourth.
Fantastic. I mean, it's a fantastic effort, that. And actually, particularly yesterday, because like today, it was cold, and you know what it's like when you go running, when you're bowling actually, on a cold day, that sort of cold air goes into your lungs, and you don't feel that good, actually, do you? You feel that sort of cold air sort of sucking into your lungs, and feels uncomfortable, and so it definitely inhibits the times of people. So to do 2 hours and 4 minutes yesterday on that course was fantastic. What's great about the London Marathon, I don't know if you've ever been, but it's just uplifting. The crowd are just lifting everyone all the time. And actually I met a guy, I went to a sort of marathon party last night with a guy who also took part but as an amateur, and did a sort of 6-hour run, and he just said people, you know, the defining experience of it is just the people who from every walk of life and every caste and every race and every religion, they all encourage you, and it's fantastic.
Good.
So 100 for 1 then, Warwickshire in their second innings. It's Liam Dawson bowling to Rhodes, who sweeps and paddles it down. In fact, he doesn't paddle it down. It hit him on the pad and ricocheted out on the offside. He was looking to paddle it down to deep square leg. So 3 men in stations around the deep mid-wicket and deep square leg boundary for the attempted sort of pick up or even slog maybe. Rhodes drives this time up to long, so actually 4 men on that deep leg side boundary. So clearly some purpose coming here from Warwickshire. It's just sort of spitting a tiny bit. I've been outside and it's just this sort of little bit in the air, but it's not too bad at the moment.
Yeah, I guess from a Hampshire point of view, it just needs a little bit more.
Don't think they've got much prospect here then. It doesn't look like they can bowl Warwickshire out in the second innings, does it? He backs away this time, Yates, and makes some room to carve it out on the offside for a single. No, there's just nothing in the pitch, is there? It's sort of a bit dead, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not changed since you were away yesterday. It's just the same. It's I think on the whole, Hampshire were probably slightly slow on their scoring rate, which probably didn't help the game move forward. But even if
like
even if it moved forward much more, is it really going to make a difference? Is there really enough time to bowl a side out for the second time?
Dawson over the wicket, reverse sweep, a half appeal from Brown behind the stumps, but not really convincing. Yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it? I mean, I quite like the idea of allowing bowlers to run down the pitch, you know, on the danger area to create something.
Do you?
Yeah, I do, because I think it would encourage spinners.
Spoken like a true bowler.
Here comes Dawson and bowls. Oh, good delivery, that turn, and he's out. LBW pinned in front there. I think he was done for length actually by that ball from Dawson. It was a bit fuller than maybe he was expecting. Let's have a look on the replay here. He was looking maybe to play that shot again off the back foot, and it just snaked in low and turned, and immediately given out by Rob Bailey. So a good second wicket for Hampshire. Just as we were saying, how the hell are they going to get a second wicket? One comes along. Dawson with his first of the innings, and that was Rhodes dismissed for, what did you reckon there? It's gone off
25.
the screen. 25, okay.
25 off 39.
Yeah, so I mean it was good purposeful innings actually from Rhodes. Warwickshire obviously thinking how can they make something out of this game, being positive. Maybe trying to set up a declaration. Difficult. The trouble with difficult declarations these days is, you know, you set a team, I don't know, 300 in 45 overs and they might get it.
Yes.
But I always like that actually as an idea, because you want to encourage a bit of proactivity and try and get a result, don't you? And if it means, and this is what I like about the McCullum-Stokes sort of era, is philosophy, is they do want to risk losing to win, and I like that actually. Keeps it interesting.
So, you know, it is an interesting one here, because Peter in Penzance is saying, look, what sort of lead do you think Warwickshire would set Hampshire for? He's emailed saloncricket@gmail.com. Let's say, for instance, McCullum and Stokes were playing in the Hampshire side. So let's put it as a Hampshire thing for now.
Yeah.
We're in the Hampshire side. How would they view this if they're in the field and think, how are we going to manufacture a situation where Warwickshire feel confident enough to set us something?
Well, I mean, I think they would keep the field in, actually, rather than putting the fielders out. they would sort of think, well, we want to encourage purposeful cricket. Let's have a slip to the seamers. Let's have a couple of slips, maybe someone on the bouncer, the hook, but not have men all the way back. New batsmen coming in, encourage him to go over the top, which I think actually Hampshire are.
Yeah.
They haven't got anybody back. They've only got a deep cover point for the new batsman. That is Ed Barnard. So that's fairly good. I want to encourage players to play shots. They might get out. It moves the game forward. Gives you an opportunity, maybe.
So from a Warwickshire point of view, if you're trying to get into a situation where you might win the game, to see fielders out is not ideal, is it? They've got to play all the cricket.
Yeah, well, that's right. Oh, an LBW sharp first ball there for a little dab sweep from Ed Barnard. Bailey that time sees in favour of the batsman. Let's have a little look at this. Dawson, I noticed, is getting a bit closer to the stumps actually in this innings. I said to him in the first innings that he was a bit wide of the crease at times. Yeah. Actually, I think I'm sure he hasn't listened to me, but I reckon he's seen that actually you need to bowl wicket to wicket on here because there's not much help in the pitch. And that was pretty close actually.
Outside the line, maybe?
Yeah, well, maybe. Yeah.
Enough of a doubt for Rob Bailey. Maybe.
Yeah. Saw it from the batsman's point of view.
Yes. And he was a batter.
He was. Very good one too.
You want all the bowlers to run down the wicket?
I do,
like a
actually.
bowler.
Well, I just think it would encourage spinners a bit more, and I don't have a problem with it personally.
No, well, you wouldn't batting at 10 and 11.
Thanks. No, true.
Here's Fuller, who's on for the first time this morning. Right arm round the wicket, swung away on the leg side. That's gone for 6 runs. Just hoiked away. James Fuller's first delivery. Not what you want to see.
But actually, it was a real loosener, that, wasn't it? It was an absolute pie, I'm afraid. And it just said, hit me. And he did.
Yep. T20 shot, that one, that's for sure. Yates moves on to 37. I do think there's a little bit more rain in the air than there was a couple of minutes or so ago, if my eyes don't deceive me. 108 for 2, the lead now is 198. Andrew Taylor has emailed sonancricket@gmail.com as Fuller comes in again. Staying round the wicket to Yates. Yates gets a length ball, which he pushes to mid-wicket. Great to hear Simon talk about the London Marathon. London Marathon yesterday. I ran it for the first time, and the main difficulty about the conditions wasn't the cold. The temperature was quite comfortable, and it was actually a bit warm on the occasions when the sun came out. The challenge was the brisk wind that swirled around the buildings and sapped the energy, but it was an absolute amazing experience with incredible support.
Well done.
So there we go.
Brilliant.
Yeah. The wind.
Yeah, I heard the winner of the women's race say that. The wind was really tricky.
Okay. Here's Fuller to Yates, who flicks that away along the ground this time. It won't quite go all the way to the rope because Hampshire have 2 fielders out there just behind square and a little finer than that. 109 for 2. Quite interesting. I know when Richard came off talking about, it must be really nice standing there and watching the runners go by. I can imagine that's a better experience. I've spoken to one or two people that have been to like the Tour de France cycling or other things, and they say literally you stand there for hours and they go whoosh past the peloton. That's it.
Yeah. No, I mean the marathon's brilliant, and actually, we were at Embankment, so kind of a couple of mile and a half from the end, and you see the pain on people's faces. It's really quite admirable that they're keeping going. It's amazing.
Fuller's over the wicket to Barnard, who lovely shot off the back foot. That's going for 4 runs. Right on top of the bounce there, right out of the middle of the bat, and with a minimum of effort, he's got almost maximum reward. 4 to Barnard, so he's off the mark. 113 for 2.
It's just sort of lovely pace of bowling if you're thinking about being purposeful and there's nothing in the pitch. It's a nice sort of... Fuller comes onto the bat nicely, doesn't he? If there's nothing in the pitch.
No. And we've been literally saying that for 4 days. It hasn't changed. Here's Fuller. Fuller this time. That's driven out to backward a point. Throw comes in at the bowler's end and the middle stump comes out of the ground. I think that might be in Holland.
He did that.
No, it was Liam Dawson.
He was same as they ran poor old George Bell out, didn't they? In the Lancashire game on 99. Good shy from that position. Backward point.
Ian Holland, that one, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was Ian Holland. Have you ever run a long race? Have you ever been on done a 5k, 10k, half marathon or anything? Not your thing.
Not that distance. No. Have you ran that far?
I've done a half. Yeah.
Have you?
Yeah.
I mean, that to me seems ridiculous. I'm sure you'll say that was exhilarating, as that's worked down to third by Barnard, who moves on to 114 for 2. End of that first over from Fuller that cost 12 runs.
I think you it helps a lot if you have someone with you that, like a not a pacemaker exactly, but somebody that you can run along with. And I was friends with a guy at Durham University who was a really good runner, and so he kept me going. And if you're doing it for great causes, and this chap that I was at the party of last night, who'd done a 5-hour run, he was working for a charity that helps disabled people play sport, and that's a thing that keeps you motivated as well. I'm sure all those different charities that people were supporting. New over from Dawson, from the pavilion end. Down the wicket goes Ed Barnard, clatters that to deep mid-wicket for 4. Probably actually wasn't quite where he was intending to hit that. I think he was looking straighter, but got a thickish bottom edge and got the result he wanted. Quite purposeful, aggressive actually, early in his innings.
It was a bit of bottom hand in that, dragged it around, didn't he? But, I did a park run about 3 or 4 years back, mainly because my oldest daughter was doing it, and she very kindly sort of ran with me, really. I mean, she was holding herself back, but I found myself actually in the afternoon falling asleep. These marathon runners must be...
Wow. Here comes Dawson again, defended by Barnard, thinking of single, but Dawson's quickly intercept it. Yeah, I mean, it's focus, isn't it? And so, I've spent quite a bit of time talking to the man I was referring to earlier, Stephen Scullion, the Irish Olympic runner, about his focus and his mentality to get through the marathon. Here's Dawson, bowls slower, nicely turned into the leg side, easy single to Barnard, 118 for 2. He was talking about his focus and actually build up to the race, staggering his training. Some days intense, some days easy, some days rest. Lots of obviously carbo loading just before the race as well. Onto the back foot goes Yates, and an easy single out to deep mid wicket. So and it's the mental side of it as well, isn't it? I mean, one of the things he said was, this is Stephen Scullion, was that when he was running the race in 2021, I think it was around the St James's Park, when it was during COVID, and they had to do 10 circuits of St James's Park or something rather than the usual course. And he said sort of approaching that, and then in midway through that was quite an interesting challenge. So here's Dawson again, bowls to Barnard, who drives firmly up to long for an easy single. So he was saying that he thought about how close could he get to the mainly Kenyans and Ugandans, I think, who were sort of leading the race, and at one point he was close to them, about 100 metres behind, thinking at sort of 14-15 miles, can I stay with them? And then he thought, I felt a slight tightness in my hamstring and my calves, and I thought, if I try and push even harder than I am now, something might just break, snap, and then I won't finish. So I have to kind of listen to my body. And you could see people doing that yesterday, actually. Lots of the amateur runners, kind of keeping going, and just 2 miles from the end, people shouting at them, urging them on, kind of thing. It was brilliant. But the pain in people's faces, some looking really easy and sort of relaxed, and others really grimacing. You do see all the different facial expressions when you go and watch the marathon, for sure. One guy with no legs doing it, who was going really well. Fantastic, yeah. Dawson again, bowls, flicked out to deep square leg for a single by Yates. That, I think, concludes the over. 122 for 2. The metal artificial limbs that they wear that can sort of almost spring you along. Amazing.
Yeah.
Like the Pretorius, the South African runner. What did I say? Pretorius. Yeah. Oscar Pretorius.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Blade Runner.
The Blade Runner.
Yeah, that's the one. Now the lead is 212. What do you reckon's happening here, Yoz? I mean, there's still 81 overs left in the game. Warwickshire Warwickshire are getting themselves into a situation where they will have a go, won't they?
Yeah, I mean, what's the lead? 200.
212, yeah.
Yeah, 212. It's another 80 runs, and you've got a game, haven't you?
We certainly have. We've still got just about 55 minutes or so till lunch. So, and they've still got 8 wickets in hand. Here's Fuller to Yates, and Yates cuts that away off the front foot, backward a point. He's got a lot of bat on that. I don't think that's going to be caught. It isn't. Tom Prest with a flailing dive on the boundary there away to our right. Can't stop that shot, and that is 4 runs. Yates moves on to 44, 126 for 2, 216 the lead.
They're enjoying Fuller at the moment, aren't they? He's coming onto the bat nicely. They can just use the pace and steer it that one wide of backward point. No, I mean, another, what do you say, another hour's play this morning, another 70 runs there, and then perhaps a little bit after lunch, they could set Hampshire 320 to win or something. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree.
In what, 60 overs? It's like an old Gillette Cup or Nat West game, that.
That's right, yeah. Ooh, it goes back a while.
Yeah.
But I think Warwickshire, because they've played a lot of cricket in this game, I think it would be a shame if they didn't give themselves a little bit of a chance to bowl Hampshire out. Cut that into the ground this time as Yates. The ball bounces out into the covers, fielded by Nick Gubbins. It shouldn't be enough time to bowl a side out. It shouldn't.
Well, 60 overs, you think of 5 overs per wicket, something like that. 50 overs, 50 odd overs. Should be. The difficulty will be, of course, if a team decides to shut up shop, it's going to be difficult to bowl them out. So if Hampshire go for it and then get to 6, 7 down, it shouldn't be that hard for the last 3 wickets to hold out for 15 overs or so.
True. Fuller again round the wicket to Yates. Full, way outside off stump. Not called a wide by umpire Martin Saggers. We did have 6 wickets between lunch and tea yesterday, which in the context of the game was fairly unusual.
I mean, I sort of feel if you're going to give it 4 days worth of effort, you might as well try and get something out of it. And it's these kind of early season games that can kind of get your team on a bit of momentum, a bit of winning kind of streak, and also you'll look back at the end of the season at when there's 10 points between first and second or second and third, and think, if we'd just gone for that in April, it might be all different.
But I'm not sure. As Fuller bowls again, that's full outside the off stump, and Yates can't really reach that, not in the position he's in, but it's not called a wide. I'm just not sure at this stage of the season that Division 1 sides think like that.
No.
Not really, not on the whole. I mean, it's different. Normal early season, you get a result because that's the way it's been, but with this wicket and, of course, the previous 2 weeks with the Kookaburra, it's been difficult to get results, we know that. I think sides have just settled. Let's see what happens the first half of the championship season and see where we go after that.
The thing is, I mean, you play 7 or 8 championship games in the first 2 months, don't you? The season's all more than half done.
Agreed. It's a big block of fixtures, isn't it? And that's why this time Yates does have a go, but his front foot is absolutely nowhere near the pitch of the ball. Very difficult to reach the ball in that position.
It's one-day tactics at the moment from Fuller here.
It is, isn't it?
Bowling those wide Yorkers. And really, you can only, unless you're going to take the risk and do the ramp, go right outside off stump and sort of flick it over the keeper's head. There's not much option except to try and scythe it through the offside. Another man goes out now on the offside boundary, so clearly the tactic's going to continue.
I think Yates' weight needs to go towards the offside here. That's outside off stump, and he's given that a bit of a whack. Hasn't quite timed it. And it's gone out to the man, Nick Gubbins, who's just been placed exactly for that shot, that deep extra cover. And that is a single to end that over from James Fuller. That one off the top of my head has gone for 5. So he's 2 overs, none for 17, 127 for 2, and that lead is 217. Yeah, it shouldn't be enough. Whatever time Warwickshire give Hampshire, it shouldn't be enough. But as we know, Yoz, it's last innings of a game, 4-day game. It can feel very different, even if you look up at the scoreboard and think this should be a game we should save.
I mean, obviously, I just think it's good to test your players a little bit under pressure, and I hope that Warwickshire are thinking, right, let's declare just after lunch sometime and let's have a game. And I hope that Hampshire are thinking, yeah, we'll go for it, we'll have a go.
Yeah.
I know you're saying, the tendency is not to think like that, but I think the whole Bazball era has slightly changed people's mindset. If you talk to a lot of county players, they are slightly more induced towards purposeful intent in the game generally. Dawson bowls and forced up to mid-off for no single by Rob Yates.
Well, let's be honest. If you're a young batter and you want to be noticed, you have got to play positive.
Well, yeah, and McCullum and Stokes won't look at anyone who isn't positive, basically. Swept or attempted sweep from Yates, hit on the pad, ricochets out. No real appeal there from the bowler that time.
I suppose it depends on, of course, how long that duo are around.
Yeah, well, I think key is thinking a 4-year term, and that's what captains often survive until. Clipped into the leg side by Yates, fielded at short with wicket. Can't get it wide of the man there. So it's still 127 for 2. Rob Key was talking the other day about, I think we're 2 years in, we're sort of halfway through. Now's the time to kick on, is what he said, after a pretty disappointing winter. Turned a bit, that one, from Dawson. And Yates just maybe got a bit of glove on that, actually, as it went out on the leg side for an easy single.
But do you think, after what happened in India, that maybe that 4-year term is not such a given?
I don't think Stokes is going to be displaced from being captain until he's had enough. So I'd say, they'll look at the Ashes next year as a sort of end point, perhaps. Dabbed into the offside, easy single for Ed Barnard that time. And that's his target, isn't it? It's the Ashes of the winter after next. So that is a year and a half to go. As far as McCullum goes, probably the same, I'd say.
Yeah. So they can almost get away with another couple of series.
Well, this summer should be all right, shouldn't it, really? Dawson bowls and dabbed into the offside, no run to Yates that time. This summer's West Indies and Sri Lanka, 3 tests each. You sort of think England should be fairly comfortable winners of those. So then you look ahead to the winter, which will be a bit tougher, because obviously, away series always are. I think it's Pakistan and New Zealand this winter. So, yeah, they should think fairly positively about those two as well. But obviously drew that series in New Zealand last time with that crazy 1-run defeat.
Was it in Wellington, wasn't it?
Yeah. So, I think they'll be in situ for another 2 years, and I think you'll see a gradual progression back to success again this summer.
Fuller continues. Runs away from us over the wicket, bowling to Ed Barnard, and length ball. Barnard plays that very late, almost runs into his partner as he jogs through for a single. Goes down to third, and it's 131 for 2. The lead now is 221. Must mention this email a little while ago. I must admit, I should have read it out just a little while ago. Mark and Wendy, who said they'd moved up to the top of the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand, which is just too far into the ground, just to the left of the Rob Brasgrove Pavilion as we look. And I think that rain is still sort of just hanging around, but it is literally the bare minimum. It's not got any worse. The ground stuff are still on the cover.
Well, the clouds are quite high, aren't they, generally?
Yeah, they are. Fuller's round the wicket again. That's way outside off stump. This time Yates does get a bat on it, and that's well fielded by Dawson at backward a point. I think I might have hurt his hand a little bit. That's not the sort of shot you want to be fielding when you're standing out there and it's freezing. Yeah. Because you actually do. You don't want the ball to come to you, do you?
No, backward point is one of the worst, isn't it? Gully as well. One of those sort of sliced shots that flies off the thick edge.
You're still feeling it.
Especially if you have to put your hands up versus cup as well, and it sort of whacks into your cold hands. Horrible. It gets you on the knuckles, onto the bone. Yuck.
We feel his pain. That's driven again. This time, fortunately for Dawson, it's way past his left hand, and it's way past anybody. It's going for 4. That is a super shot from Yates, which brings up a half century for him. 84 deliveries, 5 fours and a 6. And I think a lot of the cheers were his Warwickshire teammates on the balcony.
I think the trouble is it's a bit predictable, this bowling from Fuller at the moment. It's full and wide, and he's sort of knowing what he's getting and setting himself as a result. And if you get enough bat on it and you just get the angle right, you're going to get plenty of result. So you've got 3 men now roughly behind square on the offside, or just one just in front and 2 behind, and a backward point.
Fuller's going to be outside off stump. That's shorter and cut away. It's the same result. That's 4 more, just to backward a point. This is super batting. As you say, he kind of knows where the ball is now, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's in better positions to be playing that shot.
He's getting across. In fact, he didn't really get across that time, but still sort of knew pretty much he could set himself for roughly where the line of the ball was going to be. I think he needs to sort of throw in the odd slower ball here, and maybe even an attempted Yorker on the stumps actually as well. Catch him out perhaps.
What have we got? We've got
another man back on the boundary on the covers now. 4 of them, all backward a point or just in front.
7-2 field on the offside, full of bowls. It's pulled away on the leg side. And that's just a single this time. Yates moves on to 55. That lead is 229. We still have 45 minutes till lunch, and at this rate, it will be a late 200 lead by lunchtime, which is puts Warwickshire in a very good position.
Yeah. And they deserve that because they've played purposeful cricket. They've played with intent and looked to take the game to Hampshire, and it's working at the moment.
I agree. Stephen Clark emailed as well, sonandcricket@gmail.com, as we watch James Fuller coming in to Barnard, or low full toss. Barnard drives, doesn't time it, goes up to Vince at mid-on, but it's to his left-hand side, so he can't get the throw in time. 140 for 2. Stephen said, I'm happy if you bring up some subjects, I'll email you back with some info. Well, we mentioned that you probably know this, Loza.
Yeah.
World Earth Day.
Yes, you
did know that, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
Because I know you.
I heard you say it earlier.
Oh, right. I was going to say. I thought you were into your eco stuff and everything. He said, "You've done me there." He says you buried me because he says he knows very little about that subject. So we've beaten him. We've done him. That's the end of James Fuller, and that's the end of us two.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Yours up.
Good pleasure to be in your company.
Oh, mate, it's always has been. Ever since that day we made our Middlesex appearances in 1980, we joined the Middlesex staff at the same time. Simon Hughes will be back a bit later. Happy to a bit later. I'll be back a bit later, but Richard Wilford is the next voice you'll hear. There's Dawson Bowles, and that's cut away by Barnard for a single, 141 for 2, and then it will be Hampshire's honorary archivist David Allen.
I would have been here like seconds quicker, but it's that delicate moment where you've got to raise your woolly hat over your ears to get the headphones on, because it is that sort of day. The rain so far has not caused a delay. There's always been a hint of it, but the cloud is that bit higher at the moment. As Dawson is in the bowl to Yates, who's trying to play a reverse sweep, and he's picked out the man at 45 again along the deck to Mohammed Abbas.
The umbrella's back.
Yes.
Although actually it's an angle. Oh no, it is up, yeah. And we've noticed, haven't we, that there's rain in Taunton.
Yeah, they're off at Taunton at the moment as Yates just jabs the ball out of the offside. Brown scurries out from behind the stumps and prevents any thought of a single.
Which could be, given that it's west of here, it could be coming this way, but we'll hope not. Dawson,
of those 3 paces or so, and trying to cut a ball that got up at him. That spat up a bit, maybe out the footholds. And in the end, Yates has done reasonably well to play that with soft hands. That was an awkward ball. Apart from the keeper standing up, this is a lockdown field, really, isn't it? Where nobody's in social distance of anybody else. They'll be going off every 8 overs to clean their hands again. As Yates steers the ball towards mid-wicket, tumbling stopped by somebody who is in close quarters, and that's Fletcher Middleton. And there's no run. Yates this season, 26 against Worcestershire, 191 against Durham, and now 69 and 55 not out against Hampshire. So a good start to the season for him, and as he's driving very firmly up towards long off. It arrives up there really quickly, and he goes to 56, 142 for 2.
Do you have a specialist batting coach at Warwickshire?
Tony Frost does a lot of the batting coaching. Former wicket-keeper batsman.
I think he's on a bonus, don't you?
Well, they've had some good surfaces to bat on so far this year. Most players have got a start at some point. Certainly the top 5 have all got at least 1 half century. In fact, all but one have got at least 2. Already been 4 centurions. Well, 2 of those are Alex Davis.
Yeah. The umpires were conversing, weren't they, at that point? And I just got a feeling I can see drizzle against the trees in the background, but I'm not sure about that.
We're still at a solitary umbrella situation. It's a black and grey number. It may have been black and white in its infancy, I don't know. Ian Holland is going to come on to bowl. There's a steward near the umbrella person now, pointing that way.
Probably saying, there's some shelter over there if you fancy it.
Where's the nearest loo, mate? It's that way. Where can I get my lunch?
Yeah.
And there, the pavilion. In the atrium.
Yeah, in the atrium. Which was very busy yesterday. It gets very busy even when it doesn't seem as though there are a lot of people here, but I suspect it won't be very busy today.
No.
Really.
Well, the difference between breakfast at the hotel today and breakfast at the hotel yesterday was quite extraordinary in terms of the numbers. As Holland comes in, his colourful soles flashing behind him, and he's cut down towards third. And Rob Yates has run the first very quickly. That was potentially quite a tight two, but they've got back very nicely indeed. And they are trying to push as hard as they can. Yates 58, 144 for 2.
Barnard was just giving him a little round of applause, clapping against the surface of his bat there, saying well run. So they clearly do have intent, don't they? Without any doubt. Overs left. Got to take 2 off, but 70 odd.
So just back of a length, guides it up towards mid-off, and there's no run. This is the 20th over of the morning, and they've added 98 runs.
Yeah. It's going to be about 60 overs left after lunch, if you include the 2 off for change of innings. And the lead then will be certain 250 at least, won't it?
Yeah, well, actually, looking at the over rate, I would say it's probably going to be 66 overs still left, because they're going to be slightly behind.
Yeah.
Holland in to Yates, and again wanted to guide it down towards third, but he's got it too square this time, picked up by backward point. And there's no run. Oh, I can see evidence of a second umbrella in use now. And the official word is there is it's a mustard coloured unit underneath a blue sign in the pavilion. Dave.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I ought to look at this end really, but that would involve moving. As coming forward in defence is Rob Yates.
You're right about 66 overs as well. I was misreading the scoreboard. There's 76 left at the minute, so it's not going to be much fewer than that.
No.
So it's still possible. I know, of course, we might be lucky, and if there is going to be a bit of rain, it might come at lunchtime.
Yates forces it off the back foot through the cover. Should only be a run. In comes Fuller to field in front of the hover cover. 59 to Yates, 145 for 2. This end of the ground was very well populated the last 2 days. It's quieter today, partly because people want to be a bit closer to some cover. I don't see any umbrellas in use just here, but
the guys down here call themselves the Northern Enders, or the North Enders rather, and but there's not as many of them. They're not as popular as they often are.
Turns out many of them are from Preston.
There is certainly one, actually.
As he's trying to play the little scoop shot here is Barnard. I'm not sure whether he made much contact with that. We'll see from the umpires in a moment. They're coming back for 2. It's cleared the shoulder of Ben Brown, and he has just got a little something on that, Barnard, so a bit of creativity. He goes to 17. Warwickshire at the end of the over, 147 for 2. They lead by 237. So if we say 10 overs, and they've been scoring 5 and over through till lunch, they could have a lead of 287 at lunch. That's what they're on target for. And it does create some possibilities.
Yep.
It would of course be very typical in a cricket sense if we get to a point where there was the potential for a game and then it rained.
Yeah. Do you know, I've never. There is one of those North Enders. He is a Preston fan, and I've never actually checked whether he was the one that first coined. Because there's always been a debate about what this end should be called. Because there wasn't a hotel at one time.
No. So Yates waits and crunches this wide of short mid wicket off the back foot for a single. He's to 60, 148 for 2.
And as the historian, you see, I've always argued that it should be called the Hambledon end. But particularly in 2 years ago when we were celebrating the 250th anniversary of the first ever first-class match, which was played at Hambledon, and it's about 12 miles over our shoulders that way. But nobody nobody let me do that really. So
Okay.
it was at one point the northern end, and then it was the hotel end, and
I suppose it probably is the hotel end.
yeah, I think it probably
Currently.
is now, yeah.
Round the wicket comes Dawson, swept in front of square by Barnard. Only a single. Mid-wicket is around rapidly. 149 for 2. The angles aren't quite right for it to be the West End end.
Yeah, could call it the Pet Shop Boys end.
Well, maybe it should be the Robin Smith end.
Well, there is a Robin Smith suite, but we could name it after somebody. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
we could have a debate about that this afternoon. We get people tweet in. Who's your favourite cricketer, Hampshire cricketer, that's not currently commemorated anywhere on the ground?
Okay. This one's down the leg side and comes off the leg of the wicket-keeper. It's going to be byes, and there'll be a couple of them. Yates is running hard again, and that brings up the Warwickshire 150. 151 for 2, a lead of 241. I mean, there are those. I imagine there would be a very, very large fraternity, if not sorority, of Hampshire supporters who undoubtedly would vote heavily for this being the Kevin James end.
Not a bad suggestion at all, actually.
You know, a man whose contribution goes well beyond being a half-decent cricketer.
Absolutely.
Dawson in again, making room for himself is Yates, but he's picked out the man at extra cover. It rolls up to him and there's no run.
In fact, next year is Kevin James' 40th anniversary as a Hampshire cricketing person. And he's not paying any attention to us.
Oh, no, he is.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It is, isn't it? 40 years next year, Kev. You came in 85.
Flicked round the corner by Rob Yates for a single behind square. 152 for 2, and that is the 50 partnership between Yates and Barnard. It comes off 48 balls, and there's the sign of the intent. Going at quicker than a run a ball, these two, to put Warwickshire in a position where they might potentially be able to get Hampshire under some pressure in the tail end of day 4. They're doing what they can to make a cricket match out of this.
Yep.
Dawson is in again to Barnard and just prods him down the wicket end of the over. 152 for 2.
I guess the big issue in the equation for the Warwickshire side is the prospects of taking 10 wickets on this. Because apart from yesterday afternoon between lunch and tea, which was bizarre, what are we into now? The 12 sessions, and there are only 2 more to go. So out of 10 sessions, there's only been one really where wickets fell at any kind of rate.
Yeah, look, it's when the ball starts turning a bit more. I thought Rob Yates' spell was excellent yesterday. Taking 4 wickets, bowling to a plan, 2 caught at leg slip, 1 at short leg, and the other coming down the wicket, flicking it into the hands of mid-wicket. They were all proper off-spinners' wickets, those. As Holland continues, and he's defended out into the offside by Yates.
He got bounced, didn't he? That was one of the things about him. I think he was getting the ball to bounce.
He's got a very high release position.
Yeah, he's tall.
He's a tall lad.
Yeah.
And Danny Briggs got those 2 wickets just after lunch to start things going. Got Gubbins and then Fuller, who was sent in at number 4. Yates defends Holland down the track again, picked up in his follow through, and no run.
Overcast, perhaps, rather than gloomy.
We haven't had him on
No.
in the match at all just yet. Holland round the wicket again to Yates, who was caught between 2 thoughts there and ends up rather awkwardly just knocking the ball down at his feet. And there's no run. A quick look as to what's happening elsewhere. Of course, there's already been a couple of results in the Championship yesterday. Victories for Essex over Lancashire and Durham against Worcestershire. Surrey, you would think, are going to beat Kent if the weather doesn't intervene there. I'll give you the score in a moment as Holland bowls and is nudged out into the offside by Yates. Bit of control that Holland is giving his captain in this over. Kent 188 for 6 in their second innings, still 111 runs short of making Surrey bat again. Everson and Parkinson are at least putting on some runs to try and delay it. I'm talking of a delay, they're in a rain delay at Taunton, which could have ramifications here later, with Notts 440 for 2 in their second innings, leading by 179. As Yates does get something from the next ball, they're looking to beat third man on the inside. Will come back for 2 because it was fumbled down there on the rope. 63 to Yates, 154 for 2. So it looks like Notts are going to get out of that game with a draw. 213 to Clark and 174 to Young. And their partnership currently paused by the weather of 392.
It's not bad, is it?
Take that.
Crikey. You don't get many over 400 in the Championship.
Back of a length, guided into the offside again by Yates. Once more, they set off very quickly. Fuller is across to his left, but they've committed to the 2 and they come back and they get there, and it's the end of the over. And Warwickshire are 156 for 2 with Yates on 65, Barnard 18. The lead is 246. Now in Division 2 there are 2 matches that have been quite one-sided, but the weather has intervened in the East and South Midlands. Derbyshire 224 for 6 trail Leicestershire by 183 runs. And that's Leicestershire with a big first innings, so Derbyshire could get out of jail there. And even more so, Glamorgan, who are 104 for 3, still 230 runs short of making Northants bat again. It is raining there. They are playing at Hove, but Gloucestershire have done well this morning to not lose any wickets. They're 136 for 6. Slow progress, but Hammond on 56 and Zaffer on 25. They lead Sussex by 74. So that's the game that's most on the knife edge, I think.
Noticeable in that interval that the umpires had quite a long conversation again, and they were looking in this direction. I can't work out quite what they were looking at. The umbrella has disappeared actually, rather than gone down.
First ball of a new over from Dawson, short and a bit wide, but Barnard doesn't get his back foot across, can't really reach it. Drags it into the ground and there's no run.
Unless they were asking for the lights to go on, possible, but I wouldn't think it's any darker now than it's been this morning. It's just
doesn't strike me that way either, I agree with you. Now look at the launch. This is Barnard. It's gone straight up in the air, very high, but it's a caught and bowled chance for Dawson, and he takes it tumbling. And Barnard is gone for 18. Dawson gets his 7th wicket of the match and his 2nd of the morning. Trying to launch him over mid-wicket. Big top edge from Ed Barnard. And Dawson does the honours off his own bowling. And Warwickshire 156 for 3.
Dawson, one of the few Hampshire players with a long career to average more than 1 catch a match. And he's maintaining it this year because he took a terrific slip catch against Lancashire last week, and he's now got one in this, so he's certainly still up to 1 catch a match. Don't know if his folks are here, but both his parents were here yesterday, and I think his wife was here with the little ones as well. I'll probably not come today, maybe, but if they were, they will have enjoyed it. And if not, if you're listening, I hope you're pleased to hear that your little lad's taken another wicket and another catch. He's done some bowling already this season, as Liam, taken more wickets than anybody else, bowled more overs than anybody else for Hampshire. He's 4 for 156 last week, 5 for 146 in the first innings of this game, and he's got another 2, so he's already on 11 wickets this season, having taken 49 last year.
So 11 wickets at 30 odd, that's alright for a spinner in April. You're not going to complain about that.
Certainly alright, Richard, yeah, absolutely.
Rob Yates has got 11 wickets in April for Warwickshire. That's more of a surprise from history.
Well, it is interesting, isn't it? That it is. I mean, in fairness, you know, that wicket's gone because Warwickshire are pressing on now and throwing the bat a bit. But in this game, if anybody's going to bowl you out, it's the spinners.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, there were 7, 14, 16 out of 23 wickets.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have gone to the spinners in this match. I think I'm right in saying that.
Yeah.
Or have I gone one too many? I might have gone one too many.
6 for us in the first innings.
Yeah, I've gone one too many. It's 15 out of 23.
Okay.
Yeah. I started to doubt myself, Dave. You know, you have these moments where you think, I've got that wrong. And I had got that wrong.
It wasn't terribly wrong, Richard. It was off the top of your head, you know. In cold weather, even though you are keeping your brain warm with that nice little. It's not actually a Birmingham thing, is it? It's a West Midlands BBC. Yeah, I can see it.
It has got
Birmingham on the back.
It's got Blues written on the back. Yeah.
I was chatting to Richard earlier on about Birmingham City, because there's a little interval, incidentally, which is why I'm rabbiting. A day in 1966 when I remember going to see a game at Portsmouth when. Essex, and it wasn't the most scintillating of days, because Essex scored about 190 in the day. But then in the evening, this is to cheer up any listeners from who was Birmingham City supporters. In the evening, I went to Fratton Park and I saw a match which ended Portsmouth 4, Birmingham City 5. And I did just look it up to check, Richard, and it was absolutely right. August 1966. Portsmouth 4, Birmingham City 5.
Tremendous. Well, they could do with something that's not quite as heart-stopping as that when they go to Huddersfield at the weekend. So Dawson will now bowl to Mosley. An extra helmet was being brought on during the interim for that delivery, and now Fletcher Middleton takes it off again because they've come through for a single. Mosley off the mark, 157 for 3, 247 the lead. Warwickshire still have the option, if they lose a couple of wickets, of just shutting up shop again and quietening things down, but they've progressed very nicely so far this morning, certainly in terms of run rate. Been going at 5 and over all morning. Ball may be a little bit damp, and Liam Dawson has sent it across. He's like Gubbins or Vince to dry the ball. As Yates dabs it into the leg side, thinks about a quick single. It's cut off by Middleton, who's neither Gubbins nor Vince. He's Middleton.
I was about to say, I think it's Gubbins. There we are. He's a long way away.
Sold us a dummy. Not many shirt numbers visible because they're facing largely this way. Yeah. This is flicked off his pads by Yates for a single towards the straighter of the mid-wickets, who slips a little bit on one of the wickets out there, and it could just be that accumulation of the drizzle this morning has just left things a little bit damp. 158 for 3. That was Gubbins that time. They've got the nursery ground well covered, although there are some people doing some warm-ups on the side of the covers. Away to our left. Dawson is in again. Mosley off the back foot into a huge area with no fielder out towards the cover boundary from where in comes Ian Holland, and there's another single. It's the end of an over, a successful over for Dawson. He's 2 for 54 in 13. Warwickshire's lead though now 249 with 7 wickets remaining.
I wonder if it's the Vipers over there. I've got a feeling it might. Yes, there's hair. Well, it's either that or somebody who looks like me when I was 21, but there was a lot of hair.
You didn't have a ponytail at 21, did you?
Well, I could have had. I didn't actually put a ponytail on it, but it was long enough when I was 21.
Were you playing in a band at that point as well?
Yeah.
So it's part of the look?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was seriously part of the look back then.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm a bit more kind of controlled about it all now.
Bit of double denim?
All that sort of thing. Yeah, I had a pair of knee-length, high-heeled snakeskin patchwork boots.
Oh my word!
I was particularly proud of them.
Ian Holland in, right arm round the wicket, and he's driven by Mosley through point out towards the deep fielder for another single. 160 for 3.
When my computer's fired up again, I'll show you 1 or 2 photographs off air that will make you laugh.
Yeah, although bear in mind I may have eaten at that point. Crikey.
Yeah. Well, I did a gig Friday night down in Pompey with an old pal of mine who looked particularly intriguing.
Holland back of a length again, guided out towards the deep point fielder, this time by Yates. 161 for 3.
he's managed to maintain the fairly wild look, even though, like me, he's in his 70s now, and he looks like a wild old veteran. He came over from New Zealand for a visit. I've not seen him for some years, but we did a little gig together, so that was fun.
How's that for old time's sake?
Yeah,
though?
it was lovely.
Back of a length onto the pads this time. Square on the leg side. Mosley with another single. 162 for 3.
Do you know, I'd say if anything, it's a bit brighter now than it was, and I can't see any evidence of rain at all, so we might get away with it.
Well, we're 20 minutes away from a full session here.
Yeah.
Warwickshire have added 116 for the loss of 3 wickets. They've batted with purpose and intent. Field has been set very much to reflect that as well, as Yates is forward in defence. His innings, he's on 67 now, so 69 in the first innings. 363 championship runs. Puts him second just ahead of Will Rhodes now in terms of the Bears this season. Joys of batting in the top 3 on these surfaces as he drives the ball very firmly up to James Vince at mid-off, who's down and prevents any thought of a single.
What's the situation with Chris Wokes at the minute? Is he somebody that might play a bit for Warwickshire?
I honestly don't know. Maybe something I want to ask Robbo at the close of play today to see how close he is, how close maybe Sam Hain is. I understand he may be playing for the seconds today, although the weather won't be helping that. So I think it's pretty wet in Birmingham from what I'm hearing. As this is floated up, full of length, it's driven up to mid-on, but because it's Mohammed Abbas, this time Rob Yates thinks, there's a single there. And he goes to 68, end of the over, 163 for 3. That's a lead of 253 for Warwickshire, with probably another 5, possibly 6 overs before lunch. Hampshire won't be in a hurry to get extra overs in here, that's for sure.
No.
So you're looking at a lead of about 275, 280 at lunch to contemplate, and they'll discuss what they feel they need to do from there. I don't think they'll want to dangle a carrot particularly.
It's a difficult one, isn't it? Because if you don't dangle a carrot, you think about the way that Middleton and Gubbins particularly played in that first innings. The game might just dawdle to nothing, because they'll just quite happily dig in and score at 1 and over if they want.
But you don't risk losing the game, but not in April.
No, I think that's the point. Yeah.
And now he's backing off there, Rob Yates.
That was okay because he did move that guy at mid-on, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he's saying that your field's moving.
Yeah.
You're changing your field as you're coming into bowl here.
Yeah.
And there's certainly no frustration from Hampshire at that.
No.
Dawson into Yates. That seemed to just come through a bit quicker off the bounce. It was dabbed into the leg side and there's no run. Everybody has come down for the final day. At least they've seen a pretty busy opening session here.
It's been interesting.
Dawson onto the pads of Yates, who flicks it up to long on. Takes him to 69. And matches his first innings score, 164 for 3.
I mean, I came in this morning thinking that we probably wouldn't have a great deal to talk about in terms of the game and the cricket and so on, but we do, really. There's still a possibility of something happening in this at lunchtime, so it's quite good news, really.
It's been a morning of, I'm going to call it brisk accumulation. As Mosley jabs at this and forces it out into the offside. Both Davis and Barnard fell to very aggressive shots that they were playing because they were chasing quick runs. Will Rhodes got a very good delivery from Liam Dawson to be trapped LBW. Nice turn, trapped him absolutely in front. Now, reverse sweep tried by Mosley. It's gone through the hands of Mohammed Abbas. He's got a touch on it, and he can feel that touch as well. He's just looking at the thumb. And that's at 4 for Mosley. His first boundary. He goes to 8. And it's 168 for 3.
Yeah, not quite the finest bit of fielding that we've seen today, but there we are. I wonder what We know that Rob Key is very keen on this idea of cricket lasting 4 days, this sort of cricket lasting 4 days and so on. I wonder what he would actually make of this. We get the lunch on the final day and only 23 wickets and a couple of them given up in a bit of a run chase.
Mosley leans forward, they'll come through for a quick single. Do you know what though? He would argue that what he wants now is a positive declaration from Warwickshire. Rob Key's thought would be you declare and you dangle a carrot. Now, teams are not going to do that when you've got promotion and relegation.
Yeah.
You're not going to take that risk, but that's what he would want to do, I think. In a minute, we're going to do a bit of musical chairs because Kevin James has come back in, and I will leave indeed at the end of this over. So Dave Allen is making his way across one. At the end of that over, 15 minutes left till lunch. Warwickshire on 169 for 3, lead by 259.
Thank you, Richard. It's still cold. And when Simon Hughes went off his commentary stint about half an hour ago, he did text me because he went across the ground. And if you're listening on the ground commentary, you'll know this anyway, but he said the rain was a fraction steadier.
Okay.
But it's just not enough, is it? It's not enough to take them off.
No, I can't see it. I think that's why I mentioned a couple of changes of over.
Yeah.
The umpires getting together to chat, so I guess that's what it was about.
Yeah. I could probably just about see it against the trees behind the Rod Brasgrove Pavilion in the Telegraph Wood. I could just about see it in the air, but that's all. Here's Holland, turned away on the leg side by Mosley. He's on 9. It's 170 for 3 now. 260. I listened to some of your chat with Richard, Dave. What are you thinking about lead? What are you thinking about timings?
Well, we were thinking that there'd be about 65 overs left if you take off the 2 for change of innings. About that at lunch.
Holland again, whipped away by Yates this time. Still only a single though, 171 for 3.
4 and over off 65 gives you 260, and the lead is, I can't see it.
The lead is 261.
Right, now, so it's going to be 275, say, at lunch. So that's 4 1/4 runs and over, which is a big ask, really, even on this pitch, and it seems to be a bit quicker today, perhaps.
Probably skidding off a little bit with the rain on the surface. That's Fuller, and worked in front of square on the leg side this time by Mosley. He moves on to 11. 172 for 3. The lead is 262. So what you were saying, so 65, 4 and over is 2. See, I don't think a side would leave 4 and over, even on this pitch.
No, I don't. I don't think they'd declare at lunchtime because they'd also give back the extra 2 overs, so even if they had quarter of an hour after lunch and just, it's just knocks off 3 or 4 overs plus 2 for change, But,
here's Holland. Again, it's straight, and again it's worked on the onside by Yates for a single as well. 173 for 3.
Because I said to Richard just now, just before we changed over, I said, well, Rob Key says he wants 4-day cricket, but actually in 4-day cricket you should be aiming at 40 wickets, otherwise, and only 23 have fallen in this, so it's not 4-day cricket, it's 6-day cricket, which nobody wants. But Richard made a very good point that what Rob Key would want now is a challenge in declaration and so on, but it's April, it's the championship, teams get relegated and win championships.
Exactly right. Inside edge as it goes out on the leg side, and Ben Brown is running after that one to make sure there are no runs scored.
I mean, for sure, in your early days at Hampshire, when Mark Nicholas was the flamboyant captain and 3-day cricket and so on, but he'd have been doing something today to set this game up, wouldn't he? But then there wasn't promotion and relegation.
So there's no worries, is there, in that score?
But he would have done that, wouldn't he?
Oh yeah, at the very least lunchtime.
He'd have been knocking on the dressing room door of Warwickshire and saying, what are we doing?
And quite often he'd come back in our dressing room and he would say this, and then we go, really? Oh dear. Oh. But actually it produced some very good games, and not all of them, of course, but on the whole, because you put in sides under pressure, and it's amazing what comes out of it. They're looking at the ball again. But James Vince can't persuade umpire Martin Saggers to change it, or maybe they were just doing something because it got a fraction damp, or I don't know. I don't think it was a serious thing to change the ball. Anyway, sorry Dave, hang on, we'll just do this ball. Holland runs away from us, keeper standing up, down the wicket. It's hit away on the up by Mosley, out to Fuller, who's at deep cover, and it's 175 for 3.
The very early days of Mark Nicholas in charge, I mean, Trevor Jesty very briefly was in there, but Gordon Greenidge was playing, Robin Smith was playing, and you know, he himself was a decent quick scoring bat and so on. So if you look at the Hampshire side, you're going to set Hampshire side a target, and you've got a young opener who's trying to establish himself in his first season and isn't getting runs yet. You've got Fletcher Middleton, who's not obviously, he's not a Gordon Greenidge, whatever he is. No. And then you've got Nick Gubbins. So, you know, if your top 3 are not obviously flamboyant, quick scoring, again, does that... But there again, if they lose a couple of quick wickets, you've suddenly got James Vince who can play a match-winning innings.
Well, we've seen him play a dogged innings.
He can certainly do that, yeah.
That's for
Did
sure.
it at Warwickshire once, didn't he?
He did. Now, very interesting. Yes, you mentioned that, because I remember it well.
Yeah.
When I was trying to think, the Australian was our captain for a little while.
That's right.
Start of a new over, turned to mid-wicket by Mosley. I think he was naming him because I think he's the selector at Australia, main selector. Oh gosh, somebody. Cricket@gmail.com. Just remind me.
I can't believe that I can't remember.
I can't remember this. It slipped me. And I remember the game well because I think Hampshire had to draw to stay up.
That's right. And I listened to you commentating while on holiday in St Ives. I used to go to St Ives quite a lot, really. It's that art thing, you know, that I can remember being, you know, because it was really
Bailey.
quite tense.
Yes.
Bailey, yeah, of course it is, George Bailey, yeah. Come on.
Yes, well it was. I mean, every ball felt,
Yeah.
you know, a session.
Yeah.
That's turned up for long. That's turned up to deep mid on by Mosley. Moves on to 13, 175 for 3. We are 9 minutes away from lunch, and the lead for Warwickshire is 265. And I remember that game well because I think Hampshire were helped on the last day with a bit of rain in the first hour, so they didn't have to bat all day, but it was close. And there was, I think, about an hour lost, maybe a bit more. And then I remember where Hampshire literally had to bat all day.
Yeah.
Bailey played a reverse sweep and got out.
Oh, that's right, he did.
I know.
Yeah.
That's worked off the back foot by Yates out to wideish mid-off, deep mid-off. He moves on to 72, 176 for 3. They're around sort of that lunchtime period and got out. And I have to say, I probably wasn't the only one that thought, what? Anyway, and then Vince came in, and I don't think, and I might be slightly exaggerating, that he didn't play one cover drive and he batted quite a while.
Yeah.
He just cut it out totally. Worked to mid-wicket. Good stop there from Nick Gubbins, and Hampshire saved the game and stayed up. It was right at the end of the season, wasn't it?
It was. And it was a little run of about 3 years where every year we were desperately fighting. Well, in one year, of course, we went down until Durham were penalised.
I think that was about 2017, 2018, somewhere around there, that game. Somewhere around there, I'd have to look it up. That's driven quietly, if you can drive up to deep mid-on quietly, by Mosley. He picks up a single, moves on to 14, 177 for 3. And the other thing I remember it was right at the end of the season, wasn't it? And I remember coming here the next day because there was a one-day international.
Okay.
England against the West Indies. And I was asked by the club here if I would go round the boxes with Gordon Greenidge.
Okay.
Just to introduce him and just see if anybody wanted to have a chat with him, whilst they were enjoying the cricket and what have you. And we went round a few boxes, and it was the great Gordon Greenidge. And it was a little bit embarrassing in one or two boxes because all anybody wants to talk about was the day before at Edgbaston and how Hampshire had saved the game and stayed up. And in fact, more people wanted to talk to me than they did. And I said, there's Gordon here. Here's Gordon. International. There's a drive in the air that should be caught at mid-on. It is. Didn't quite got the elevation that he wanted, did Mosley. And Liam Dawson took a simple stomach-high catch. Mosley trying to go over the top. Couldn't quite do that. He goes for 14. Warwickshire lose their 4th wicket with a score of 177.
I was just remembering the relegation battles that we had. Now we came up in 2014, which was the year when we won the second division title down at Cardiff. The following year we had that victory, that extraordinary victory at Trent Bridge, when Fidel Edwards made a significant contribution.
Yes, that was another game where
Yeah.
they had to stay up. Yeah.
And then Sussex, if you remember, lost up at Headingley the
Yes.
same day. And of course they've never got back up since. So you look at that and you think, oh, it's a good job we didn't go down. So that was 2015. 2016, I think, was the year that we should have gone down, and then we were reprieved because of Durham. And I know that the people at Durham are still furious about that. But
Oh, they still moaned about it when we went out their first game of the season
yeah.
and didn't play. Yeah.
So that would have been 2016. So I reckon the Warwickshire one was 2017, because I reckon there were 3 years in a row where we had to do something at the end of the season to stay up. Yeah. So
I'm going to double check while we're waiting
But
for
yeah,
next
sure.
batter Jacob Bethel to make his way all the way to the middle. So we'll have a quick look. So you reckon 2017?
I
Dave?
think it must have been, because I think it was 3 in a row. And then we just got more used to playing in the first division, and from 2018 onwards, our record improved each year.
Yeah, it's been good.
But, I mean, apart from that very odd lockdown year when we weren't actually playing in the championship, and that was a strange year all around. But
End of September 2017, match
Yeah.
drawn.
Yeah.
Warwickshire 188 all out. 92 from Dominic Sibley. 92 not out. Carried his bat.
crikey.
For those that can sort of half remember, Fidel Edwards 5 for 49. Hampshire replied with 116 all out.
Cool.
George Bailey made 55 in the first innings. And second innings, Warwickshire 186 all out. Ian Bell not out 77 as Bethel's forward to Ian Holland.
Oh, that was a real low scoring
it
game.
was. And then Hampshire 195 for 7. George Bailey was LBW to Tutor Patel for no score. That was the reverse. And then here we go. James Vince 30 in 124 balls.
Yeah.
Which is very un-James Vince-like. Forward again is Bethel, plays that back to the bowler. Gareth Berg, 34 there. There was another rear guard action. Yeah, Ian Holland, who's bowling now. 21 off 90 balls, 21 not out. So, yeah, it was very nervy from a Hampshire point of view, not so much Warwickshire, because they were safe, there was no problem.
Yeah.
In fact, I forget, there was a guy called Chris somebody that used to do some cricket commentaries for BBC up in the West Midlands there, and that's turned away very fine by Bethel. He's tried to go too straight there, Ian Holland, and Bethel's profited by just working that down to fine leg for 4, 181 for 4. And I said to Chris, I think about tea time, I said, look, you don't mind this, I feel like it's all about Hampshire here, which it was, because it was about them trying to save the game. And nothing like that. And Chris was really nice, actually. He just said, yeah, no, I get it, you know. Yeah. So, you know, be as over the top as you like.
Yeah.
We didn't say that. I mean, I didn't mean it like that. But yeah, it was all about Hampshire that last season. And then, of course, Warwickshire turned their tables a couple of seasons ago when they needed to stay up.
Sure did.
And won the game, and Liam Norwell, terrific spell of bowling. There's a bit of extra bounce there as Bethel comes forward, goes out square on the offside.
.280 and minimum remaining. I can't read it. My eyes are too old.
68.1.
Thank you. So again, take off a couple for these and 2 more for change of innings.
Forward is Bethel to Ian Holland. So a wicket for him in that over. 5 overs. 1 for 22, and that lead, as Dave says, is 271. Yes, Stephen Easton, thank you. SonicCricket@gmail.com. He's just sent me the scorecard of that. I just I found it about the same time. Tom
Thank you.
Johnson, a little while ago. Apologies, Tom, for missing this one. He's currently sat in the slightly wet Shane Warne stand with his earpiece. He said he's
Tom.
reading your book, Entertain or Perish,
Oh, bless you.
about
Thank you.
Hampshire cricket in 46 to 2006.
And Tom is a very loyal supporter of the blog. He writes the 100 summaries for the handbook every year, and he's only young. He's a promising youngster.
Like Liam Dawson. As Dawson's off the back, it's Will Rhodes, isn't it? Yates, off the back foot, plays it up to mid-off. And he moves on to 73 now. I wonder if he's got time to get 100 before Warwickshire declare whenever that might be.
Tom has a Birmingham connection actually because he was at university there. I think just finished now. No. Did he finish last year? Last year, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here's Dawson again, played out behind square, fielded by Fuller.
It's odd though, isn't it? Because there are breaks in the sky. I mean, the sky is at best silvery and bits grey, but there are breaks in it, and it's not that dark.
Still a couple of the ground staff sitting on the cover, as they have done all morning, but not as many. Always a drive, inside edge from Bethel, goes out behind square on the leg side. They'll pick up a single as the ball goes to Mohammed Abbas. 183 for 4, 3 balls to go until the luncheon break.
I think the cover will go on at lunch, don't you? Whatever. I think they'll just put it on for safety, really.
I think you're right, and that's probably why they've decided to just stay around here. Because you're right, Dan, I think it feels a fraction brighter than it has done for most of this session. Another drive up to deep mid off by Yates, takes him on to 74. 184 for 4 means the lead is 274.
Actually, if he's reading Entertain or Perish, he ought to be in the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand, because that was it was his phrase. And,
oh, right.
It's a good test today, isn't it? Can they entertain or will the game perish?
I suppose from a Hampshire point of view, I'm not sure entertainment would be the word, was it? It's driven quietly out towards mid-wicket and everybody's no run.
I don't mind it being a draw if you know, we get the tee and both teams are still going for something. I think that's okay. And sometimes draws can be very exciting.
Agreed. Forward is Bethel, and that will be the session with Rob Yates on 74, Jacob Bethel on 5, 184 for 4, and that lead is 274 for Warwickshire. We probably think that they will bat for, I don't know, half hour, maybe after lunch or so. I suppose that's open to debate. But we'll wait and see. Rob Yates has played very well once more for his 74 not out. And that's the situation at lunch, with a couple of wickets for Liam Dawson. 2 out of the 3 that have fallen this morning, Will Rhodes and Ed Barnard. He's claimed to go with his 5 wickets in the first innings. Join us again in just under 40 minutes when we'll bring you live commentary of the afternoon session. welcome back to the Utilita Bowl. We're probably just 2 or 3 minutes later than scheduled, maybe 5 minutes later than scheduled. The afternoon session will get underway on day 4 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Warwickshire. Warwickshire are in a handy position here. In their second innings, they are 184 for 4. They lead Hampshire by 274. There are a minimum of 67 overs left in the game. The reason we might be the reason we are starting 5 minutes late is because there's actually a few spots in the air. A little later, you'll hear from the analyst Simon Hughes. He'll be back. Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist, he's here this afternoon, and it's myself, Kevin James, and from BBC WN, Richard Wilford, to take you through this first period of play.
Yeah, certainly. I was 5 or 6 minutes later than you, setting off to come back around the ground, and there was a bit of rain as I walked by the edge of the golf course. I saw the Vipers practising in the nets as I wandered past them. But clearly there's a desire to try and get a cricket match on here. Lead 274.
Yeah.
It's a game of maths and meteorology this afternoon.
We don't know what order that's in at
No.
the moment. I mean, it's quite interesting actually starting now. Here's Ian Holland round the wicket, and that's Yates, isn't it, that pushes that ball down towards third. So we're underway this afternoon. I suppose if you took the letter of the guidelines to the absolute literal limit, there are some spots in the air, so why would you start? Because you're not supposed to start when it's raining. But if you were playing in this, you'd carry on.
Yeah, it was. I think there were few enough spots that you can kind of vaguely pretend they're not there. You could probably stand still for a couple of minutes and not get rained on. I was a moving target, and quite a broad target, I'm not going to lie, so I wasn't that surprised that a few fell on me.
I think it's the sort of rain that in 2 hours you get wet. Probably take that long. Forward is Bethel, fellow left-hander, goes out towards mid-wicket, no run. You'd have to be out for a while to get wet.
But you would. I mean, I don't think the Hampshire players have needed to change their shirts during the lunch interval because of the drizzle that fell this morning. No umbrellas currently visible, although fewer people seem to be outside to me.
Yep, I agree there. Yeah, braving it like we are. Wrapped on the pad there, Jacob Bethel. Field scattered. You're right. It's I think most people will be up in the atrium in the warm, where we'd love to be.
I mean, we can't claim that we're entirely in the elements, in that we are sheltered at least from the direction of the wind, and we can't get wet. I mean, we're only in danger from a coffee samovar behind us.
Driven by Bethel, just wide of mid-off. James Vince Fields, but it's a single, and it's 6 for Bethel and 186 for 4 at Warwickshire. It's a bit like, I think most of the 4 days, it's a bit like sitting in your conservatory with the windows open, the door open, and sitting there as if it was the summer.
Yeah, in your hat and coat.
It's Holland again, leg the ball. No run there as it goes out to point.
Yeah, it would be a strange choice to make if you were at home, wouldn't it?
You would never go in your conservatory in this weather, would you?
No, you
Unless
wouldn't.
you have a
You wouldn't.
super duper one with unbelievable heating. There's one to avoid. Keep the door locked.
No, we've only got temporary heaters in there.
Yeah.
The ones that smell for 20 minutes before they actually really heat the place. It's sort of, yeah.
Holland again. It's worked nicely on the onside by Rob Yates, who moves on to 76. He's having a good game, isn't he? Rob Yates bowled well, batted well.
He's having quite the season, really. In the little 3-game start that he's had to the season. That's what now, 362 runs, 11 wickets, 7 catches.
That's most people's seasons.
I felt that you were trying to work out how many seasons you did better than that.
So that took me 3 seasons to hit that, really.
That was just your record against Simon Hinks we'd established yesterday, I think.
We've lost 1 over today, by the way.
Okay.
Short delay. Thanks to Fiona, the scorer. I know she's listening, so I will text her anyway, just to say thank you as well. So there would have been 66 overs left at the end of the luncheon break, extended by a few minutes.
1 over misplaced. Okay. Liam Dawson is going to continue what's been quite a long spell from the pavilion end on the back foot. Yates is able to beat the tumbling short mid-wicket for a single. He goes to 77, 188 for 4. There are a lot of deep fielders right now, and there are quite a few who are trying to keep warm. Mohamed Abbas is not eager for the ball to come his way. He's cuddling himself at the moment for warmth. So this is floated up outside off stump, dabbed down, and nobody's called through for a single by Yates. He then has to go back because Bethel is still showing no signs of having heard him at all. It would have been quite a short single, but Yates in theory would have been going to the danger end. So he had every right to make the call. Was it Fuller, the fielder, who came in there?
Yeah.
As Dawson is in again to Bethel, who steers him into the leg side, and there's no run. So a quiet start from Bethel either side of lunch. He's on 6. It's only had fleeting opportunities with the bat because of the volume of runs scored by the top order so far this season. A talented young player for sure. As he's looking to sweep here and misses out. Somebody appeals, but it was neither bowler nor wicketkeeper.
Somebody from miles away.
Yeah.
Because there aren't too many close in.
Whoever it was, they didn't put their hand up, so at least not visibly to me. Might have been the deep point fielder, which would explain a lot. Bethel, beaten past the outside edge here, but Ben Brown's also beaten. There's going to be a bye, is there? Yeah, just a bye. That's gone on with the arm from Dawson.
Yeah, I he was overbalancing there a little bit, wasn't he? It was a wicked ball for the keeper to have to take, so I don't think he bounced very much at all.
He was really reaching for it, Bethel. Final ball of the over. Yates back on strike. He goes down on one leg and sweeps around the corner, a ball that bounced up a little bit. And he'll get a single down to Tom Prest. End of the over. Warwickshire 190 for 4, the lead 280. We're in this period of phony war now where Hampshire will try not to let the scoring rate get out of control. Warwickshire will gradually weigh up the maths as to when they feel that they are safe, because I don't think the declaration is going to come until they feel that Hampshire are utterly out of the game.
Yeah, a little while yet, I guess. One place where it has rained a little more this morning and over lunch, causing the game to be abandoned, is at Taunton.
Wow.
Where Somerset and Nottinghamshire have had to call it a draw. Here's Ian Holland. Give you a little bit more on that in a moment, as that's driven out. Well stopped at point. Yates it is who's fielder there. Poor Will Young and Joe Clark, they were putting on a massive stand yesterday. They only added 22 runs in the 9 overs that were possible this morning. So Will Young finishes 174, but Joe Clark 213 not out. God, they'd love to have carried on that, wouldn't they? So that's all over as a draw. That's drive up to mid-on. There's basically a single in most places.
Well, they also quite like the asterisk against their name. So, and given where they were halfway through that game, that's a really good draw for them at Taunton, because they were way behind on first innings. And maybe after some rain, that's one of those where neither team can see any prospect of there being a result by the time it's dried.
Holland again. Drive, just wide of extra cover, so Bethel will get a single. Nottinghamshire were bowled out for 193, and then Somerset made 454, so they were under pressure second innings. Notts 440 for 2.
That's some escape. They were 48 for 2. Still in a bit of bother.
Must have flattened out here, mustn't it?
Clark's had a very strong start to the season. Will Young, super talented batsman, we know that for sure.
Yeah. Holland again to Yates. Yates swings that away, and did it hit the pad or gloves of Ben Brown? I don't know. It was down the leg side though.
I wonder whether it was the thigh pad of Yates, and then he was turning around because he was worried he was going to get stumped, but the ball hadn't gone through. Not sure it ever quite went past him.
Oh, right.
Could be wrong.
No, that's fine. No. Quite happy to admit that I'm wrong.
You might not have been.
Here's Holland. And that's a little too close to Yates can't find an angle. I think the weather has got slightly. I think there's a bit more rain than there was at lunch. Ever so slightly. It's that rain that's in the air. It's never really falling, is it? It's sort of that sort of rain that just sort of goes in different directions and then falls.
It's not the fine rain that soaks you through. It's just a bit of spitting and spotting at the moment.
It's a teaser. Holland. And drive on the up. It's only when I look at the scoreboard away to my right that it just looks as though it's just a few more drops in the air. 193 for 4 at the end of that Ian Holland over. He has 7 overs, 1 for 28. He took the 1 wicket before lunch. That was Mosley for 14. Liam Dawson took the 2 before that, and Mohammed Abbas the first one, and the lead is 283.
So the target right now then would be 284 off 61. So they need to go a bit further than that. Gives you some idea of where we are now. That's deducting the 2 overs between innings. Rob Yates might also be eyeing up a second century this season. Well, it'd be strange if he wasn't eyeing up on 80. But having said that, I mean, he's playing the role that the team need and the one that this situation dictates. It's not like he's playing for himself here. As he's driving the ball out into the offside, he won't get that beyond a cover fielder. I think that's Vince over there now, isn't it? By the look of it, I think it's the skipper there. Saw him having breakfast with his family yesterday in the hotel, James Vince. So, this is swept round the corner by Yates for a single. After close of play, when I was walking round to get an interview yesterday, Mrs. Vince was chasing after the 2 children who had a lot of energy at 6:30. More than she'd hoped that they'd have by 6:30. She made that quite clear. She was laughing about it though. Where did they get it from? This is floated up outside off stump, and well, Bethel is trying to sweep it from outside off stump, and it's bounced over his bat and through to Ben Brown. He, again, wasn't balanced trying to play that shot, Bethel. And it's a test within a test, isn't it? Because you've got a very experienced spinner against an inexperienced batsman who wants to get a wriggle on. He can clip this one off his pads for a single. He goes to 8, 195 for 4, but Dawson has been getting the better of that battle since lunch.
Yes, I'm sure he's faced this situation many times where batters are looking to get after him or certainly push along the rate. Yeah. Experienced, as you say.
Long on and long off a back, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, man on the cover boundary. And it's just a tap and go for Yates, pushes it wide of Vince, who chases it and gets there before long off for another single. 196 for 4. Hampshire, it's like, I mean, effectively they are wondering what is it going to be that they're going to set us. Are they going to throw us a lifeline here?
Well, we had 10 minutes less than 10 minutes.
Bethel tucks the ball round the corner. Mohammed Abbas, fairly nimble after that, picks it up, prevents Prest having to run in from long leg. Another single, so Bethel 9, Yates 82, 190.
Stephen Clark's emailed again, soloncricket@gmail.com. You may remember when he asked if you're still with us on day 4, listening and watching. Stephen Clark said, any subject you want, guys, and I'll come back to you with some knowledge. And we came out with no, I didn't get that pun. But he's now emailed again. Here's Holland bowling to Bethel. Bethel swings that away on the leg side. That looked 4 from the moment it left the bat. There is nobody in front of square around the deep mid-wicket area, and 4 is duly signalled, and that takes the Warwickshire total past 200 in the 49th over. And Stephen Clark says, well, that over, he's talking about that 1 over that's been deducted because of the few minutes delay after lunch because of rain in the air. He says Has it been buried? So he's just reminded me.
See, the problem is by answering with a pun, he just muddied the waters.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There we go. We've got to that stage of the day, folks. 291 the lead, 201 for 4. As Holland comes in again and bowls outside the off stump, cut away down to third. It's gone very quickly down to the top end of the ground. Yates moves on to 83. Has he got time for a century? I think he probably has. In the time that I think Warwickshire will continue batting.
It's not, World Earth Day's not that difficult a subject. I'd have said it was fairly low maintenance.
Right.
So I'll throw some more out there if you want.
Please do. No, please, because it's keeping us well entertained.
He said, biting his tongue.
Yeah. That's driven off the bottom of the bat to a full delivery out towards extra cover. Nick Gubbins has got the rag and he's just trying to keep the ball dry. I still think those few spots are in. It's been like this for a while now, isn't it? Well before lunch, a few spots in the air. It's continued. Sometimes it gets a little heavier, but it's nothing. It's obviously nothing that's stopping us play. 292 the lead. Here's Yates facing Holland. He drives out to Fuller at deep cover. Moves on to 83. 203 for 4.
There's only one member of the ground staff sitting on the hover cover right now, which means he's somewhat outmanned by the cover itself. You know, if he was to try and move that himself, it would be a bit like one small chap with a large unruly dog.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be moving on his own, which probably says a lot. What the ground? Oh no, 3 of the ground staff are starting to make their way. Now either they're going to lunch, or they're making their way over slowly towards the cover on the right-hand side of the ground. That's cut away to Fuller this time, who's not far away from that cover. He will certainly have to move if it comes over. 204 for 4. Yates has 83. Bethel has 15. The 4 wickets that fell this morning: Alex Davis for 40, Will Rhodes for 25, Ed Barnard for 18, Dan Mosley for 14. Warwickshire adding 138 for those 4 wickets this morning, as that's driven into the gap on the offside by Yates, who moves on to 84. Now, looking at the way the ground staff are walking, I would say there's lunch for them. They're striding purposefully, which usually means they've had the call. But I suspect they're going round towards the cover. Oh, hello, hello, hello. Oh, yes, they knew what was coming because the umpires are taking the players off. So those 3 ground staff members who are now in front of the pavilion are now sprinting, or one of them is, over towards the hover cover to help bring it on. So we will have a break in play. How long? It's very difficult to work out, because when you come off and it's sort of rain, there's rain, it's very difficult then to get back on. But as we saw at the end of the lunch break, even though there was some rain in the air, and it was only the odd drop, they still came out and played. So, and as I say, it's been a little bit like this for an hour and a half. So your guess is as good as mine as to how long we might actually be off the field of play. But what now I can tell you is that as the hover cover makes its way onto the field of play, the players are leaving to go up the pavilion steps, with Warwickshire on 205 for 4. Rob Yates is 84 not out. Jacob Bethel is 15 not out, and with a minimum of 61 overs left in the day, and that might now start to come down, then the Warwickshire lead currently is 295. So that's the situation we have, and of course, as soon as there's any more play, we'll be right back with you.